What's up, everybody? We are back to play some more Through the Breach. Now, if you've been paying attention to the recent releases for Malifaux the Skirmish game, then you probably know that a lot of the new characters in the Ashes of Malifaux expansion are coming from old Through the Breach adventures. So this time around, we're going to be playing through The Hand That Feeds, and this is actually the adventure that introduced the character Bash, which is the big albino alligator that's in the December keyword and the Bayou faction. Now, it's a little bit weird and interesting how that all works out, so that's why I wanted to play through this adventure to give everybody an idea of what Bash's actual backstory is, and the interesting relationship that he may or may not have with characters like Ezekiel. But stick around to the end if you want to learn a little bit more about that. So as usual, I will be the Fate Master, and the players will just be folks from the community who have expressed an interest in playing Through the Breach. So if you'd like to join us for a game in the future, then hop on over to the Discord and check out the announcements tab for more details. Everybody's quite welcome, even if you don't have any experience with the system before, so definitely come on over and let us know that you're interested in playing. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel to make sure that you don't miss the next episode. And consider sharing it around with some folks who you think might be interested in checking out some Through the Breach. Check out all the important links in the description below, including the link to the Patreon where you can support the channel directly. And one of the big perks of being a member of the Patreon is that you get priority access to these games. But with that, let's get right into The Hand That Feeds. So let's kick it off and have Gary introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Gary Ginderhall. I've been playing these games for a little while, and I'm going to be playing Ernest Jebsen, Dr. Ernest Jebsen, with a real degree.
No one believes you.
That's too bad, because it's true.
All right, Blue.
Hi, I'm Blue. Everybody knows me. I've been here for a couple of sessions. Gonna be playing Sick Tucket today, and his best friend O'Toole. So, hoping to have a lot of fun with this.
Do you want to tell us who O'Toole is, or are we going to leave that for a reveal later?
I will leave that to be more of a neat little discovery during the thing.
Okay, fair enough.
It was supposed to be a discovery for the other players, but that cat's out of the bag, literally.
Oh, we already knew, but it'll be a fun surprise later. So, Spanner.
I'm Spanner Rider. This is the second time I played the game. I'm playing Crispy Long. He has definitely been crispy a long time because everywhere that is not covered with Silurid scales is horribly, terribly burnt all the time. And carries a frying pan.
Perfect. Appropriately named. Bobcat.
I'm 6-year Bobcat. Just call me Bobcat. It's easier for everyone. I'm playing Big Jack Scoggins today, a very, very large and exceptionally dim-witted gremlin who is, as his father would tell anyone who will listen, almost as big as Lenny.
It's an unusual sight to see in the bayou, but there's a couple of them. And Strixon.
Hey everyone, my name is Ryan. It's a pleasure to meet you. I will be playing a somewhat of a reincarnation of the character that I played the first time around. Honestly, I would have made him a gremlin if I was allowed to, so instead he was like a human that was very gremlin-esque. Rusty is a swineherd, and he, I guess, a little contrary to the standard relationship that gremlins have with pigs. He has a particular pig by his side, Winnie, which is like his longtime companion. And beyond that, he doesn't really have much of a connection to gremlin kind so much as the pigs.
So let me get this right. It's Winnie the pig?
Correct. Winnie. I mean, I suppose I should have maybe just introduced him. But it is a little odd, I guess, for a gremlin to have such a particular relationship with a pig.
Some of them have particular relationships with rocks. Nobody's going to even notice.
I was going to say, I've heard of gremlins marrying particularly lovely mossy boulders.
Well, the unusual thing with Rusty is that he does not eat pigs. He is friends with pigs, so...
Yeah, maybe I didn't explain well. He's like, antisocial, and just kind of is like obsessed with the whole pig half of the culture.
I think even Ulix eats pigs, so yeah, that is unusual.
Yeah, it's always kind of like he's a caretaker for the pigs, but also very much like breeds them for combat and very likely eats them. So
when we were designing our characters, there was like a brief period where we were considering using the pigapult, and I was concerned that it might have been an issue.
We could have had party infighting. It would have been great. Who cares about this giant alligator? We're just gonna fight each other.
Yeah, if we all kill each other, we do your job for you.
I will try my best to make sure O'Toole doesn't eat the pig.
All right, so each of you has grown up in the bayou, of course, because you're gremlins. And at some point in the recent past, each of you has interacted with some number of humans from the big city. Very likely in Edgepoint, which is a town on the edge of the bayou where humans and gremlins have been known to interact before. But in each of your own ways, you have come into contact with a woman named Sam, who represents the Eclipse Consulting Company, and she proposed that you work as a contractor for Eclipse. And through the conversation, you were able to ascertain that you would basically be sent out on missions that were the types of things that you might do for fun anyway, but they were going to pay you for it. So it seemed like a good enough deal that each of you agreed. Your first assignment was to head to a little gremlin village in LaCroix territory and apparently help the leader of this village to find his hat. And the human who gave you this assignment seemed very confused as to why someone would care so much about a hat that they'd be willing to pay for it. But each of you understood immediately, like, yep, that makes perfect sense.
100%.
Of course, you'd pay lots and lots of money to get your hat back. It's very important. So you all set out and you meet up at or you plan to meet at a little clearing outside of this village before you approached to find out what the situation was with the hat. So I'm going to say that Dr. Ernest is the first to arrive. He shows up in this little peaceful opening or clearing in the bayou, a short walk from where this village is. What does he do to pass the time while he's waiting for the rest of the group?
Well, first of all, I find a nice big slop bucket to park my pig cucumber at, who draws my cart full of enormous lamps that are made out of crystals, probably pink crystals. You're not exactly people who are viewing them cannot really tell. Some of them have pink crystals. Some of them have like rattly elements in the middle of them. They're strange. And I put up a sign. I park my cart, take a few things off, a little table off the side of the cart, and I pull out a little folded sandwich board and set it up next to my cart that says Himalayan salt lamps. And Himalayan is him-a'_LAYIN.
Oh God, I hate this so much.
Salt lamps, and the P is capitalized, but the rest of the letters are not. And I pull out a tiny little stool that only increases my height by like 6 inches, and I stand on it and I start saying, "Come one, come all, come and get yourself a genuine Himalayan salt lamp, fresh from the Himalayas of Germany, back on Earth's side, genuinely believed to give you all the most powerful, wonderful powers that Earthside can give you."
So just to clarify, this is an empty area of the bayou. You're outside of this town a ways, and there's no one.
Oh, there's no one nearby?
You're just standing in a clearing waiting to meet up with the
Okay.
other.
That's fine. I'm still doing it.
I was going to say, I like the idea that you're still doing
loud
it.
and annoying. Yes, I'm very loud and annoying, and we'll see if anyone comes out of the town to throw things at me and or buy my salt lamps.
Perfect. Excellent. So you stand there and immediately resort to plan A, which is always hawking your wares. And soon in the distance, you see a large green creature that soon reveals itself to be Mr. Big Jack Scoggins.
Yeah, Jack walks into the clearing, sees you doing your hawking bit, looks around a little bit, doesn't see anybody else, and so he walks up and sits down right in front of you and just stares.
Do your eyes look in different directions?
No, or
Oh.
well, possibly. It's kind of hard to tell. He wears goggles at all times. So
Oh boy.
he has
Yeah.
a wide-brimmed hat. It's a very, very flat, wide-brimmed hat, but it is very wide-brimmed and goggles. So it's
Oh,
basically
boy.
impossible to tell where he's looking. Other than that, he is wearing dungarees and armored boots.
Alrighty. Yeah, I'm gonna continue my. I say we have a discerning eye amongst our lovely audience. Let me show you what these Himalayan salt lamps can do. And I pull out what looks to be like a regular lamp, and I hold it up. There's you don't see any salt visibly on it, but I shake it up and down, and you can hear some rattling inside. And I'm like, you hear that? That's a sound of real pink Himalayan salt, fresh from the Himalayas of Germany.
Geography, clearly his strong suit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jack is going to take all of this at just face value. He just assumes this gremlin knows what he's talking about because those are some mighty big words. Also, probably as a note, even while Jack is sat down, he's probably taller than
way taller
than the dog because he's 7'4" standing up.
Oh god!
Holy shit, that's a big gremlin.
Yeah, you're taller than Hugo. Hugo was 6'9", and Hugo was an enormous
he's a
size
big
3
human.
beast. Yeah, he was a huge human.
Not quite as big as Lenny though.
What kind of HGH were they putting in your food as a child? Like, how did this happen?
He ate a pencil one day, and it lodged in his brain and did that to him.
I like to think he ate like raw Silurid or something, and it just like kept regenerating. But he just kept getting bigger.
As you guys are discussing the finer details of Himalayan salt lamps, Crispy Leong comes trotting down the trail.
So the smell of burnt fish comes forth into the clearing long before you actually see Crispy. And then quite possibly the ugliest Silurid ever comes ambling up, except there's this tiny gremlin head where the Silurid head should be, and it's sooty and kind of looks melted. And he appears to be wearing like the crest fin of a Silurid for a hat. Are those
Very pleasant.
lamps?
Why, yes, indeed. These are only the finest of Himalayan salt lamps, acquired at a reasonable rate and sold to you with all the savings being passed. In fact, to you, the customer.
And Crispy's going to stay as far away from the lamps as possible, even though there's no obvious fire involved. I don't like lamps. That fire's bad.
Do not worry, these lamps can in fact project a healing aura from up to 150 feet away. Human feet, that is, not even gremlin feats. And these healing auras can in fact reduce the power of fire.
And now Crispy is going to come, like, scamper up and look around and see if they're small enough to stuff down inside of his fish suit.
Well, hold
and
on
the smell
now there,
of
sir.
barbecue is now evident.
I would like to make what's the right check here? I'm trying to sell one of my fellow players a Himalayan salt lamp here.
It's the prologue. There's no checks.
Oh, damn it. Well, we'll see when we get there if I can't sell another player a lovely Himalayan salt lamp with a big sticker of my face on it saying Dr. Jebsen approved. And yeah, I'm just going to continue telling him all the wonderful, lovely properties of Himalayan salt lamps.
Crispy's going to try to, lick one of them.
Hold on now there, sir. You got to pay before you can do such a thing. I know it is lovely salt that is contained within each and every single one of these Himalayan salt lamps, but I can't let you have a free sample. These are, in fact, very, very rare and valuable and acquired at a reasonable rate.
Sniffing it doesn't smell like salt. And he's now going to bicker over whether there's salt in it or not while they're waiting.
Yeah, he'll have to. I wonder if you'll be able to tell that a bunch of these aren't in fact actual pink salt, but it's just sand that I painted pink. Humans would be able to tell because they're like, oh, that just tastes like sand. But I don't know if gremlins would be able to tell the difference, perhaps.
Are they actually supposed to be made out of salt?
Yeah, they're made out of actual pink salt. I don't know if
Yeah,
they're
real
actually
salt lamps are
Himalayan.
big chunks of salt, basically.
I thought they were just made out of lies, but I guess maybe it's both.
Salty lies.
Salty lies.
I mean, my gran knows someone who washed one and
Did it disappear?
it just melted. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. They did themselves a favor.
Yeah, I saw a thing on I think Twitter where someone put their Himalayan salt lamp in the washing machine to wash it off, and the whole thing just disappeared because it's salt and dissolves in water. So the big salt crystals were just gone.
I guess you will continue your conversation between the three of you about the details of these salt lamps and exactly how they work. And I like to imagine that the promises of their benefits get more and more extravagant the longer the conversation goes.
Oh yeah, no, I promise hair growth. It promotes it will make your hat more impressive. If you leave your hat if you leave your hat next to it overnight, it will increase your hat size by 0.01% per night.
Wow, that's impressive.
Hair growth. Crispy starts waving his frying pan around. Does this head look like it can grow hair?
With one of my genuine salt lamps, in fact, it could. Fireproof hair, indeed. As the fireproofness of my salt lamps is self-evident. Look at this. And I take out a single match.
At which point
And-
Crispy backs up like by 20 feet.
I light the match, and then I hold it up to one of my solid to the metal of my one of the salt lamps I have, and surprisingly, in the middle of a damp swamp, this metal does not catch fire. And he's like, "See, this metal refuses to catch flame even when directly exposed."
Right, so when he lights the match, there's a loud whoomp, and Crispy runs off, trying to slapping at his face because he just lit on fire briefly.
Oh no!
So as you run away from the fire, frantically trying to put out the flames on your face, we hear the sound of a pig squealing, and then the footsteps as Rusty comes rocking down the trail. What was your question about your armor, Strickson?
So I'm using the quote metal pot as armor, and I mean I can kind of imagine how that might work, but I'm just curious as to what your take is on that.
I mean, that's up to you. You're a gremlin. You can kind of do what you want. What body part does it cover? What suit is it associated with?
Oh, is that what the suit indicates?
Yeah.
Oh. Oops,
Probably
I
your
got this
head,
wrong. Okay, so it's tomes.
Yeah, so it's a helmet.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, you're free to come up with whatever system you want. If it's got a strap on it and you're just wearing it like a helmet, or if it's like hanging off the back of your head, whatever you want to do with it. It's up to you.
No, that's fine. I'm just going to, I think, retroactively remove this. Well, you know what? I can work with this. That's fine. All right, so you need me to describe my appearance?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so I'm going to say I'm average gremlin height, weight. All right, so he's got a top hat. So super tattered, super grungy. And he's got paired with that a grungy kind of shirt, pants, what have you. He has trail gloves, which I assume would indicate that they're a bit thicker and maybe higher quality than the rest of his clothing. And swung over his back, he has a large sack, maybe about the size of his whole body, just kind of like stuffed. So he's got one arm holding that over his shoulder, And then in his other arm, he's got a pig poker, which is I'm going to say it's basically just a big branch that's got two sharpened points on the end. And then finally, perhaps his most distinguishing feature would be Winnie. Winnie is standard piglet size, which I guess would put him at like maybe half my height, maybe a little more. And he has a rope tied around his waist that is then also tied around what you might refer to as a leash set up on Winnie.
So the rope's tied around your waist and also around the pig, is that right?
That's correct.
Nice. All right, so you walk into this clearing and you see a gremlin standing on a stool making grand pronouncements about the salt lamps that he's trying to sell. You see another gremlin running away with his face on fire, and you see a very large gremlin sitting watching the antics unfolding.
The salt is a lie. It doesn't stop fire.
But the lamp itself did not catch fire. You have not spent enough time around my lamp for you to gain its wonderful property. I got to get my accent right.
Well, I think I'm gonna take this opportunity to. I mean, the area we're in. How busy is it?
There's no one else there. It's just a clearing that's like a little ways outside of this village you're supposed to be going to. But this was the agreed on meeting spot, so.
All right. Well, I don't think, given the current commotion, Rusty doesn't feel the need to maybe go out of his way to introduce himself just yet. So he's going to take the heavy sack slung over his shoulder. He's gonna bring it forward, and he's gonna root around in there for a little bit, and then he's gonna pull out a couple apples, and I'm gonna give Winnie some well-deserved nourishment. And I might take a couple bites myself.
All right, so Rusty is having snack time, and Winnie's chowing down, as Winnie is wont to do, based on my knowledge of Winnie. And as that happens, Mr. Stick Tucket comes walking down an adjacent trail and finds a similar scene with one extra member here.
He looks like your standard whole, what you would imagine a gremlin to be. However, he does have what I would describe as a really big forehead.
Are we talking like big brain Bryn status, or just like
Not like veiny. It's just big. Like I think. Do any of you know who Hammerhead is from the Spider-Man series?
I do.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness, you
Yeah.
look like Hammerhead?
Yes.
Oh,
A
Lord.
really short hammerhead.
Yes.
Oh man, I love
Yes. The man is like 50% forehead.
All right, so how do you react when you see all these other gremlins hanging out in this clearing?
Well, I want to see what the individual on the stool is doing.
Why, I am simply explaining my lovely wares, my incredible Himalayan salt lamp.
I don't think him be laying. I think him be standing.
Why, that is the incorrect method of describing this wonderful lamp, my friend. These lamps are in fact the Himalayan, not me.
Actually, you know what? You're right. He be sitting.
And I wouldn't be sitting.
This is me that's sitting.
Crispy wanders back with like mud all over his face. Lamps are not true. Grumbling to himself.
So I'm going to
No.
say that over the course of the next way too much time, you all finally realize that everyone else here are the other members of the team who were hired to go out on this job from Eclipse. And it takes you a while to put the pieces together, but eventually, with all the antics happening because gremlins, you are able to figure it out, and you all introduce yourselves to the rest of the group.
Yep, I'm Doc Ernest Jibson, I explain. With a GMD.
Did we decide what that stands for?
Good medical degree.
There you go. From the University of the Bayou that you made up.
University of Hard Knocks.
So, after making your introductions, you all decide to head into this little village to get on with the job so you can collect your rewards and go buy new hats or weapons or pig feed or whatever else it is that you are interested in. Gremlin villages are normally chaotic places, with gremlins going about their work, bosses barking orders, and the occasional explosion or gunshot. But as you approach this village, it seems downright peaceful. A few gremlins lounge around, seemingly without a care in the world. When Chubbs LaCroix staggers into the village, you realize why it's been so quiet, as the gremlins all suddenly jump up and pretend that they were busy doing some kind of work. Chubbs seems to have been off tracking down the skunk ape, which he seems to have bested on account of the stovepipe hat being back on top of his head. But somewhere along the way, he seems to have lost his right hand. It's little more than a mangled stump that ends just below the elbow, and judging from the way he's glaring at everyone, he's in a bad mood because of it. "Listen up!" he shouts, sending the other gremlins of the village scampering away and leaving you alone in plain sight. "You lot!" Chubb shouts, motioning towards you with his stump arm. "Get over here! Time to make yourselves useful!"
All right. I will timidly walk over.
He's just glaring daggers at all of you as you approach.
Jack sort of walks forward, raises his hand, and goes, we is here to help with the hat. You have the hat, though."
"Right," he mumbles as he looks you over, apparently realizing that you must be the mercenaries that he hired to find his hat, before he decided to go off and find it himself. "Gator done bit off my arm and swallowed my favorite gun. Not too happy about losing either, and I want them both back." The older gremlin glowers at each of you in turn. "Don't know why you're working for the city folk, but I'm paying good money. You're gonna go out there, find the gator what done me wrong, and bring him a bit of bayou justice." He makes a gesture as if he were squeezing its neck, but with only one hand, it takes a few moments to figure out just what he's doing. "Do good and I'll make you into lieutenants. Let you boss around the other slack-jawed idiots around here who are too scared to go out and find the gator." His eyes narrow as his gaze drops to your hands. "Screw it up, and I'll have to find some other way to get a new hand."
I audibly gulp. Gulp.
Crispy grips his frying pan with one hand and pulls the other hand like inside the cellurid that he's wearing.
"I think mine's a bit too big for yours, boss."
What did this gator look like?
"Don't you worry about that. Are you going to help me or not?"
Yeah. Yes, sir. Well, we are here to help and aid you in anything you may be requiring of us.
"What he said, boss."
As you agree to help him, Chubbs nods. "I knew you lot would do me proud." He sniffs, raising his stump arm as if to wipe away tears. "Now," he gathers you together in a huddle, wrapping his arms and the stump around the group as he lowers his voice. "This ain't no ordinary gator. If it was, I'd have no problem dealing with it." His eyes flicker from one of you to the next. "Now, this here's the biggest, meanest gator these swamps ever done seen. It calls itself Bash, and I heard it whispering its name on the wind as it chased me, as I chased it through the bayou. It were as big as a house, with scales as white as a ghost. Had itself 3 rows of teeth, too. 2 of them I could have handled, but 3? Ain't nothing that survives that." There's a long pause before the older gremlin straightens up. "Well, except you lot, I reckon. Good luck with it." He makes a vague motion with his stump arm towards the far end of the village where the local Bokor, the village's shaman, lives. "Go talk to Sammy and see if she's got some way to track the thing. She's got to know some way to track it down. I need a drink." And he turns and walks away.
Did he just say the gator talks?
I believe that was what is known as an abstraction, but I am not 100% sure.
"It's a big word, boss."
I mean, I don't know. I mean, sometimes the animals talk.
I want whatever moonshine he's drinking.
"You really think the gator's white? Seems a bit weird."
Yeah, ain't the weirdest thing out there.
That's because they have what is known as the Albionism, which comes from the fact that they are in fact from the land of Albany.
Albany, New York?
Upstate New York. It's an Albany expression.
I mean,
Oh, that actually
I mean, we're
genuinely.
in the bayou. It'd probably be New York.
You talk funny. Crispy
Hmm.
starts wandering towards the Bokor's hut.
Real quick, I'm curious what everyone's intellect scores are.
Neg 1.
Neg 1?
I'm also neg 1.
0.
That means you're smarter than I am. I'm
You're
neg
smarter.
1.
Gentlemen,
0.
gentlemen,
He's the
Sorry,
smartest.
it's the smartest person in the
gentlemen,
in the
put your
group.
hats down for I win the dump contest as I'm at neg 2.
Gary, I'm going to
I
need
love
Dr.
it.
Ernest to start using those words more incorrectly because if he's
Ah.
dumb.
I'm trying, boss. I'm just not very good at using words wrong.
The guy
Too
wearing a
smart to play
fish
the-
is the smartest.
The guy wearing a gutted and skinned cryptid is the smartest person in the group with a
Listen,
whopping average intelligence.
it's good camo. Hey, you know, we didn't hire you because of your brains. Let's just leave it at
We got hired because we're quote unquote expendable. Or expendable, I'm not sure.
Precisely. So does everybody head towards this Bokor's hut?
Yeah.
Suppose let's
All right.
head over that way.
Jack will follow the people who sound like they know what they're doing.
Perfect. The Bokor shack is the very definition of sinister. A palpable aura of gloom surrounds the shack, as do numerous sharpened stakes that have been adorned with the heads of unfortunate gremlins, gators, and humans on all sides. You feel a shiver run down your back as you get closer, no doubt from the invisible spirits of the bayou turning their attention towards you. The Bokor, Sammy LaCroix, is standing on a small platform above a large cauldron, happily mixing up some noxious brew that smells like someone vomited into a cauldron of rancid swamp water. As she sees you coming, she smiles and waves happily in your direction. Hello! For an evil, soul-stealing practitioner of the dark arts, Sammy has always been rather upbeat and cheerful, which is why nobody in the village trusts her. She's going to hop down off of this stool that she's standing on and kind of trot over in your direction.
Crispy's gonna reach back towards Jack and try to move the biggin in front of him, between the
Jack?
fire and him.
Jack is very used to this and complies.
Well, don't be shy now. Come on in. And she's going to kind of beckon you further into her creepy-looking...
Now, is this actual Sammy LaCroix?
Yes.
Gotcha.
I was going to throw a picture up. Oh, here it is. Here.
All right. Just making sure this is the actual Sammy LaCroix. She's part of the LaCroix family, which means I want to get in her good graces
Good luck.
because she's related to Mary Lou LaCroix or whatever Mary Sue LaCroix. That wasn't it.
The
Susie
apple of your
too.
eye.
I don't remember. It doesn't matter. Susie
She's
something
related to
LaCroix.
your prospective beau, at any rate.
Yeah. So I'm gonna
That's a big hat.
introduce myself. Well, it is a most wonderful pleasure to meet you, Miss Sammy LaCroix. And I take off my tattered hat, my very tattered bowler hat.
Jack follows suit, so like, oh.
She's going to look at you for a moment. She kind of like hesitates, being somewhat confused at your kind of eagerness because she's used to being quite off-putting to most people. And then she's going to reach out a kind of bony little hand to shake yours.
Yep, I shake it very enthusiastically. It's one of those shakes that because gremlins are so small, her whole body's going to and judder up and down.
Well, you seem to be here because you want something, clearly. So, out with it.
We was just you impugn us. We is just wondering about learning more about that big old gator what lives in the bayou, what's called Bath.
Sammy makes a low ooh sound as you mention the white gator. I heard the boss shouting about that one. I haven't seen any white gators around these parts, but I'm sure the Mama Z is keeping an eye on it. She's a really powerful Bokor, and she watches most everything and anyone in the swamp. If you want to know where to find the gator, she's your best bet.
The look on my face just instantly fades away. Mama Z, as in the big Z, as in the one that ends with an A, I think.
Oh, the very same. She's the most powerful Bokor in the swamp.
And now my skin's going very pale green.
She's gonna
And I'm
look
like-
around at everyone else to see if anyone else indicates that they know who she's talking about, or if everybody's just giving her a blank stare.
Crispy's still trying to hide from the fire. It is perfectly all right being close to Sammy, just not the fire.
Well, right behind her is a cauldron that is over a fire. So
Oh, okay. So no, he's staying far away from her then.
fair enough.
I think I'm going to say that Winnie's kind of freaking out by the voodoo vibes. So I'm currently just kind of over in the corner. I've got him tight on his leash, just trying to make sure he doesn't freak out.
Or does he enjoy the smell? Maybe he really wants to like eat what's ever in the cauldron. That's probably a terrible.
So to
Oh,
what
no,
extent?
it's
To what extent he's, to what extent Jeff is going to be controlling him versus me? I'm not quite sure. So
It's your character; you can control.
all right, yeah, I'm going to say right now he's just kind of spooked. So I'm currently focused on preventing him from doing something stupid.
Okay, well, two of you have good sense and react appropriately to this situation.
Stick's gonna be scratching his noggin with a confused look on his face. Who?
Because I think Jack would probably have been told stories about, like, to specifically avoid Zoraida. So he's probably also sort of scratching the back of his neck, like.
So that's Crispy's voice, which is coming from a point like maybe near the Biggin's knees, is gonna come out from around Jack there and go, "You talking about the big witch?
Ah, yes, you've heard of Zoraida, eh?
Oh,
The one with the
Zoraida.
creepy dolls?"
I think I've encountered her in the past. I do so hope she enjoys the salt lamp that I sold her.
Don't you dare try to give her one of those false lamps. They don't stop fire.
That's just because you ain't been near her long enough. But
So
I
you
do
say.
think that she is enjoying that lamp. But let's not bother her and find out. Ain't there any other way to get the info on this big old amphibian that we need to learn more about?
She's gonna turn and look back at her cauldron with a slight impatient look on her face, and then turn back to the group. No, that's the only way I can think of. If you want to track him down, that's what you got to do. Find Mama Z. She'll be able to tell you more. And she starts tapping her fingers together excitedly.
Okay, how do we
Oh.
find her then?
Well, that's simple. All you got to do is follow the toads.
Toads.
Oh, the toads again.
Difference.
All right,
between
Biggin,
toads and
don't
frogs.
lick the toads.
You see,
Tried that once.
Mama Z's put a spell on all the toads in the bayou, and if you just follow the toads, it'll lead you right to her hut. No matter where you are in the swamp, it's where it always goes. It's a nice little trick she's got there.
Crispy's gonna start backing away from, the creepy Bokor and start looking around for toads.
Okay, so you're going back outside?
Thank you, ma'am.
I am gonna raise my hat
Yes.
with a big jittery, with clear physically etched on every line of my face, and say thank you, miss. I do hope that we can do business in the future again.
Oh, certainly. It's my pleasure, and good luck. You'll need it.
Gulp.
I don't like how she said that.
And she's going to give a little faint cackle and then turn back and continue mixing whatever it is that she's got in this cauldron.
All
As
right.
you all see yourselves out.
Now before we start looking for them toads, is it okay if I get my buddy here? He absolutely loves fighting toads.
Your buddy, you got another friend that what ain't been here listening to the dossier of our friends?
I mean, he probably wouldn't understand most of you, but he could definitely be helpful for fighting toads.
What
I
did
hope
the
I
salt
can-
liquor just say?
The dossier, that's the ongoing discussion that we is having. That's the teching out term for it.
If you say so. Go on, bring your friend.
All right, now just don't be now. I've warned you here. Don't be scared by him. All right, He gets kind of spooked by hearing people yell and scream.
I have a blank, confused expression on my face.
Do you have a way to summon him, or?
I was gonna do something a bit comical, if that's all right.
It's a gremlin adventure. That's the whole point.
So
Do it.
he starts to walk away from the group as he turns towards the bayou itself. As he puts a hand towards his face and yells, "O'Toole!" And it just echoes across the bayou, and for a couple of seconds, nothing. In about a minute, nothing seems to happen. Then suddenly, a large amount of the brush starts to shake as the aforementioned large creature, large bat, panther, I guess they look like it has mandibles, just abrupts out of the bayou itself into the clearing.
So any of the other gremlins that are about in this village will all immediately start backing away from it, and then turning and running to get as far away from the Ahul as they can.
Crispy's gonna get back behind Scoggins again.
Big cat.
Big,
Bat?
yeah, big bat.
Bat cat?
I
Cat bat?
don't suggest you go and pet it, big guy.
Ah, he's fine. Worst case, he'll take a nibble. I go and start petting him.
It's a lot of nibble.
I'm also hiding. Like we got Crispy behind one leg, and I'm hiding behind the other of Jack.
Now I will say that I'll probably be cautious about your little pig there. I can't really much promise that you won't try to make a meal of it.
Where is that pig anyway?
Yeah, what does Rusty think about these threats to Winnie's life?
Oh wow, I must have missed something because I don't. When he said he's petting and he's referring to Winnie.
No,
No.
it's the Ahul.
But he said keep the pig away because he might make a snack of it.
Of the what? That's what I guess what I'm missing.
Oh, the Ahul. Okay,
It's
you
an
stepped away for a
Ahul.
second.
It's a giant creature. It's like a pterodactyl bat panther.
Oh, I can't say I'm familiar with what the fuck that is.
Go to.
Wait, so we're in the outskirts of the bayou now.
Yeah, he's got a pet. He's playing a pet class, and it's a large bayou creature. There's a picture of it in the
Oh, I
Defective
see,
Dreadful
okay.
chat.
Yeah, I mean at this point I think I'm still keeping Winnie on a tight leash, and yeah, I think that's it for now.
Okay, so I forgot, but we were supposed to move out of the prologue a little bit ago. So at this point, everybody can draw. Make sure your decks are shuffled up, and then you can draw 3 cards.
All right. In the meantime, I'm gonna say before we take off, let me allow me a moment to see if I can't rustle us up a little bit more info and perhaps a little bit more script before we begin our adventure into the deepest and most dangerous and most unforgiven and most lethal parts of the bayou. And I'm gonna try to call out again and see if anyone's interested in buying my wares, my lovely, lovely salt lamps.
Okay, so
I know everyone ran away, but hopefully there's at least a couple people cowering in buildings that'll hear my pitch.
did you actually do a calculation for like spending any resources to make them, or are you just saying that you have them for narrative purposes?
I'm saying I have them for narrative purposes, and I would like to make an art check when I attempt to sell one to someone, because that does kind of matter for the purposes of like how good my huckstering is.
Well, you wouldn't make an art check to sell one. You'd make a barter check to sell one. You'd make an
Yeah.
art check to make one.
Yeah, but I guess it would be kind of a retroactive one to make one. But unless you just want to consider them poor quality in general, which is fine. I can work.
Is there a mechanic that ties in with for Huckster?
Not that I really know of. Let me see what my.
I mean, they're fake anyway. So what's the difference in the quality? Just that they look better.
Yes, that's a big part of it. The nicer they look, the more I can sell them. But
Well, we'll have the barter check be what determines that, right? If you
Okay.
can convince someone that it's high quality, then it's high quality.
sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It's just that if you didn't spend any resources to make them, I'm not sure how much you would be able to sell them for. But let's.
I don't know. The amount is kind of irrelevant. It's more about whether or not I can make a retroactive art check to see if I can make one that is the portrait of the soul. Whether
Oh,
I sell it for half a script or like a quarter script or even like pennies doesn't really matter.
okay. How do you actually make one of those things?
My character finds whatever he can, makes it into the vague shape of a lamp, and he had a guy he was buying pink crystals in the Badlands from. There
Okay,
was a guy who was yeah.
let's do this. So it's a chunk of salt, and it has to look like you, right? So let's do an art check to see if you can carve one to look like you,
Okay,
because that's what you would have to do to make it work anyway. So
sounds good.
let's do a target number 8 art check.
Sounds good. Target number 8. That is a 3 of. You said target number 8, right?
Yep.
That is exactly an 8 because I have a 5 on art.
Nice.
And that also is a crow, so that gives me a portrait of the other. So I'm able to. I like to imagine I don't carve the lamp to look like me, but I like to imagine that I've chiseled a tiny little smiling, winking, thumbs upping picture of myself on the base of the lamp with the words Doc Jebson approved, APROOVID.
Approved.
Yeah,
That sounds like a maker's mark without saying it's a maker's mark.
pretty much. My character doesn't know what a maker's mark is, so he just kind of does it. It's
All
like,
right.
oh,
And then give me a barter check to see how much you can sell it for. We'll make it also a target number 8 because all the gremlins in this
Okay.
village are terrified by all of you, the very large gremlin in your group, as well as the giant monster that just came out of the bayou and started getting pet by one of your companions.
all right, that is barter. I think I can sometimes use deceive on that, but since I'm literally just actually selling the lamp here, I'll
Yep.
use the barter check. That's going to be flip, and that is a 9 of tomes plus 1 for my barter, which brings me up to a 10. Sorry, no, that brings me down to an 8. My totem, because I have a -2 on tenacity and I have 1 point in it, so I'm at an 8.
So you're at an 8?
Mhm.
Okay. So you go head off into the part of the village where everybody seems to have fled to, and you quickly give your sales pitch, and most of the people don't seem to pay much attention to you at all. They're too worried about getting eaten by a monster.
Mhm.
But one of them, his eyes sort of perk up as you start talking about some of the benefits of these lamps, and he expresses some interest. But when you ask him for money, what's the asking price on one of these things?
I'm gonna sell this one for a mere 2 scrip.
So when you tell him it's 2 script, he's gonna reach into the pocket of his holy pants, and he's gonna pull out a handful of like random pieces of food, like leaves and other detritus, and then mixed in with that, there's a bunch of like metal coins that look like they could be used for money, and he's gonna offer you 20 pence with an eager expression on his face, hoping to get this lamp.
Gotcha. Well, I'm gonna use an inherent power. Let's see. No, that's only on purchase. Never mind. Yeah, you know what? I will happily sell this wonderful lamp that cost me 0 things for 20 pence. Oh, and throw in a strip of bacon, and it's all yours.
He'll just hand you like a piece of something that looks like it could be edible, but it's clearly not bacon.
All right, yeah, all right. I'll take it. This town's dirt poor anyway. So
And when you give him the lamp, he jumps up in the air and then he quickly runs away towards a little hut that seems to be where he lives.
I've explained to him that it's a genuine Himalayan mood lamp that changes color based on your mood.
All right, so you head back to the group, 20 pence richer, as they are
Yep.
all getting ready to head out. Anything else you guys want to do before you make your way into the bayou?
Sorry, one last thing. How much of a pence makes a
It's pennies, it's cents.
Okay.
100
So-
pence is the script.
So I have 7.2 script then.
There you go.
Can someone remind me? I know someone said they have a pig that they're using. I think is a beast of burden, is what they said.
Yeah, that's my pig. That's Cucumber the pig.
All right. While you're doing your pitch, Rusty's gonna kind of. Okay, so where? I mean, typically, what's the setup? Is Cucumber just sitting by your side?
No, Cucumber stays at the cart. She's hitched up to the cart. She's a big black boar. She's got a big layer of fat over her eyes, so she can't really see where she's going. and she just kind of, I give her a prod with a big metal stick, and she just kind of goes forward, and then when I tell her to stop or she hits a tree, she stops.
Okay, I guess at some point while all this distraction's going on, Rusty and Winnie are gonna saunter on over to Cucumber, and I'm gonna try to give her a pat on the head and see how she feels about me.
I would imagine mostly unresponsive. You could probably hit this pig with a sledgehammer to the head, and she wouldn't really notice.
So this pig is particularly antisocial, I take it? Or just completely...
There is
doesn't
nothing
care.
going on in her brain.
Okay. Why don't we have Rusty take a husbandry check anyway, just to see if we can kindle somewhere deep down in Cucumber's cold heart a little reaction. But we'll make it tough. Let's make it a target number 10. Husbandry check.
Oof, that's gonna be a 9.
So close. Want to cheat?
Yeah, why not? All right, so obviously I'm cheating from like a physical.
Yeah, just tell me what you're cheating.
So it's a 7 to mask.
So what does that put you at? 11?
Yeah.
Okay, so to the doctor's surprise, as he's heading back, Cucumber actually turns in Rusty's direction and lets out a little squeal.
Is that cute? Did you manage to get Cucumber to do anything? I am quite flabbergasted and indeed even shocked.
How big is Cucumber?
I'd say she's fairly large for a pig, so probably 200 pounds, 250. She's not war pig size, but she's pretty large and capable of pulling a cart full of metal junk and lamps.
Sure. As you walk up, Rusty's gonna remove his top hat, and then he's gonna reach into his sack, pull out a mix of a couple different types of meats and some veggies. And he's going to kind of just mush them into his top hat. And then he's going to hold it like a trough underneath Cucumber. And just start feeding her. Yeah, you got a good pig here. You done raised her right.
Indeed. That pig could survive a military gun strike, I guarantee you that.
Can I extend my husbandry check to Winnie as well?
Yeah, I mean,
I'd like to think they're fast friends. To say that Winnie's gonna use the current open leash that I've given him to kind of walk up and give Cucumber a good sniff.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that Cucumber's probably a little too distracted by the food to react much, but he's happy to have Winnie hang out around him. Kindred spirit, for sure.
I can't say I know much about them big words you've been using, but anyone who cares for a pig good as you do, you're good in my book.
I am flattered and downright sympathetic to your lovely statement, sir.
They're talking about their pigs and whatnot, and I'm just with Hool, and he's just stared at the pigs too, drooling a little bit.
For other reasons.
But they're friends. We're not having another issue. I'm still paying for the debt from that last time you got dealt with someone's pig.
So I'm gonna say, if just to wrap this up on my end, once Cucumber finishes up, finishes up the contents of the hat, Rusty's just gonna sling it back over his head, and there's gonna be a noticeable drip of saliva and apple guts just leaking over his ear.
Rusty's known for his personal hygiene, as usual.
Lovely.
Is that great big bat thing actually going to help us find the toads or scare them all off?
Well, for a good while he kept trying to eat them, and I had to tell him to stop. But he's got a knack for fighting them. I personally care for the warts, so should be able to help if anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to suggest that everyone piles in the back of my cart, except for Stick, and I'm not going to let Stick or O'Toole anywhere near my cart or my. I wouldn't say she's beloved, but she's certainly too useful to just let her get eaten. So my Cucumber, the driving hog, and so once everyone's in the cart, I'm gonna be like, So you lead the way, and we'll follow from a respectful distance.
Well,
Alright.
Crispy's going to be in the back of the cart trying to find one of the lamps that he can stuff into his armor without being seen.
All right, so everybody loads up, and you all head out of this small village into the bayou. The trees of the bayou provide plenty of shade as you slosh around in the shallow muck and brackish water. It only takes 10 minutes of searching before you come across a fat toad perched on the end of a fallen log. It's watching you with its wide eyes, and you stare back at it as it releases a bored croak that is answered by another toad some 20 feet beyond it, and then a third toad further past that one. So, tracking the toads is going to be handled with an ongoing challenge. So, for anybody who does not remember how ongoing challenges work, there are going to be a few skills that you can apply to an ongoing challenge, and this is sort of going to represent combined effort over a course of time, and it's going to kind of measure how long it takes you all to do something. So, in this case, every time everybody gets a chance to take a check, it will represent 1 hour of narrative time, and in this case, you need to hit a success requirement of 15 or a failure requirement of 5. A success is just if you hit the target number, in this case, target number 10. For every margin of success, which is another 5, you get an additional success. So if you hit a 15, you'll get 2. If you miss the target number, it does not count towards the failure requirement unless you hit a margin of failure. So if you miss it by less than 5, it just means you spent time not doing anything. You just didn't contribute to tracking these toads. If you miss it by 5 or more, it counts towards the failure requirement. And if you hit 5 failures, then bad things happen. In this case, the options for skills are the old ones, so I have to cross-reference them with the new skills, because of course. So you're going to have Notice, Track, Wilderness, and I believe Navigation is supposed to be replaced with Track, so let's think of a better one.
First,
Homesteading, maybe? Since it's a bayou?
Homesteading's like building houses and stuff.
I see what
That's
you
like
mean, because you're all
architecture.
gremlins, so it's kind of
Yeah,
like
yeah.
homesteading for you, but that's not really what that skill applies to. Let's just do leadership, because it's a good miscellaneous one.
Yeah.
I'm at -1 to all of these skills.
Perfect!
Don't worry. I'm good at least one of those.
So just as a kind of reminder, the way that this works, you do not have to, as a group, you do not have to do all of these skills. It's literally just everybody can do whatever they're best at. So the options will be Leadership, Notice, Track, Wilderness, target number of 10. Every time we all take a check, it's 1 hour. And you need 15 successes or 5 failures. Note that you can choose to abstain. You can choose to just not do a flip if you are especially bad at it and you don't want to hurt the group. But it does mean that it's going to take a lot longer, obviously, because you're not helping. So it is your call.
I will try leadership until I fail for the first time and then abstain, because if I fail leadership, that's 1 failure. Even if I I would have to get a 15 on any of the others to succeed, because I have thick skull. No. If I fail a check, I fail by an extra margin if it's cunning or intelligence.
Oh, that
So
seems bad.
If I mess up one of the other,
Oh,
any of
you're
the others, which
thick-skulled
are
as
all-
well.
Yeah, any of the other
Oh,
skills
no.
which are cunning, that would be 2 failures.
Well, leadership is charm, so at least there's that.
Yeah, leadership is the only one I can do. Roll even.
So
semi-reliable.
another quick reminder while we're getting into this is keep in mind what your on the pursuit ability is, because oftentimes your on the pursuit ability will trigger if you fail a check, and if you can choose to take a check of that type for this, then if you fail, you'll at least get a card out of it.
I need to grab the book then.
Does everybody else know what their on the pursuit is?
I need to double check.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've ever had it be relevant.
Yeah, I've gotta go look it up. Apparently, I thought I put it on the sheet, but
Mine's actually pretty decent, which I'm actually happy about. If I fail at expertise or close combat while mounted.
Oh, that's pretty good. So just jump
Yeah.
on O'Toole there and.
Oh, I'm in writing O'Toole.
Does anybody else not have the book in front of them and need to know what their on the pursuit is?
Sorry, I'm pulling it up right now. Of course, the book that has my class in it is the one at the very bottom of the pile. Let's see.
Oh, from Shadows, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I have to fail a close combat duel, so that's not happening here.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
no.
combat focus one.
Let's see. If I fail a forgery, barter, or crafting challenge, I draw a card. So not quite useful here.
Yeah, it won't help you in this particular case. That's a pretty good spread, though. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's the specific skills of me being a huckster.
Yeah. Strixon, do you know what your omnipotute is?
Yeah, I have it.
All right, so let's start with Gary. Target number 10. What skill do you want to check on?
We're gonna try a notice because I have +3 to that.
All right. Show me a 7.
Right. Let's see a 7.
That's better than a 7.
Yep, that is a 16.
That will be 2.
Sweet.
All right, Blue, what do you want to check on?
I do have a bit of a question, though, before I do anything.
No questions. It's against the rules. Okay, God.
Since I'm using a tool for track/wilderness, could I use him or get support from him? I guess.
No.
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 All right. Okay.
Wait, does he have one of those skills?
Yeah. Yeah, he actually has track or wilderness.
I'll let you add half of his ranks in the skill for one of them to your check. How about that?
All right, so that means I'm just getting a 1 for wilderness.
You can round it up. So if he's got rank 1, you can just use the 1.
Well, I mean, he's got a 3 for wilderness,
Okay, so add 2 to whatever yours is.
so it'd be.
And just to
All right,
clarify, he's got a 3 in the skill, not a 3 acting value, right?
Yeah, he has a 3 the skill.
Okay, yeah, so take 2.
All
Extra.
right, so I'm at a 4 for this then for wilderness. Oh, okay.
Well, there's the 213s. That's a good start, I suppose.
Good start.
Yeah, that's 2 margin successes right there. We're nearly
That's a 17, right?
yeah.
All right, let's do more. Spanner, what do you want to check on?
Actually,
Notice.
Go ahead.
Notice.
Yeah, it's got a 4 in that, so.
All right. Wow, we're really blowing our load here. This is.
Ooh-wee.
So that's a 15.
That's another 2. We're on a roll.
All right, 1/3 of the way through.
Bobcat, what do you want to check?
Leadership, -1.
Okay. Holy shit.
I actually succeeded.
Okay. And Rusty, let's see if we can round this out. We're doing good. What are you checking on?
All right, so I have a quick question. I don't necessarily want to, but is this a situation where I could use the assist action? Or is
You
that just like a combat thing?
No, you can assist someone else, but it means that you won't be able to take your own check.
And what does the assist action typically do?
So you would add your ranks in a skill, so notably not your acting value, but only if you are trained in that particular skill. You would add your ranks in the skill to their check if they're using the same skill. So, for
Okay,
example,
so I
if you
could do
have
that.
Wilderness 2 and someone else is doing a Wilderness check, you can add your 2 to their check, but then you won't take your own check. So it will make
Okay, I
it
see.
longer.
And my other question is there any inherent difference between these options? Like, do we have to do each one a certain number of times or something?
Nope, just do whatever you want.
All right, I'm going to do track, and I'm going to attempt to look for Toad Prince. Toad Slime.
I'll let you do the
take
same
it.
thing that Blue did. If Winnie has track as a skill, you can use half of her ranks in the skill, and she can assist, or he can assist you. Do you have the piglet?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just pulled it up. Track 1, so I guess that would still be 0.
No, we can round it up, so you can take the 1.
All right, that'll bring me up to 3.
All right, target number 10. That's a 5.
Well, I can see that the group's doing pretty well here, so I think I'm just going to let that go.
That is a margin of failure.
Yeah, we can't fail 5 times. The only thing.
Have we failed at all yet?
No.
No, not yet.
But that would be 2.
Yeah.
No. It doesn't count towards the failure requirement for the ongoing challenge unless you hit a margin of failure. So that would count as 1.
It's 5 or more of failing is when it counts as a margin of failure. And since target number is 10 and your total is 5, you got the margin of failure. So
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I guess I could cheat a 3 then, and then just remove the margin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just cheat my 3. 3 man.
All right. So you all set out into the bayou, and you're all fairly familiar with trudging through the bayou. It's something you've all done through most of your short lives, but it's still a rough go, and it's an area of the bayou you're not quite as familiar with. But with the help of your animal companions and the combined effort, you keep finding more of these toads. There seems to be a trail of them, and every time you find one, you look a little bit further past it, and sometimes it takes a little bit of searching, but you find another, and then another, and you continue like that for a good hour now. Let's see. Strixon, give me a number 1 through 8.
1.
All right. And as you are traveling down this trail, you suddenly hear a loud squeal from nearby. After a bit of searching, you locate the next toad marking out your path. It's a flat little creature squatting on the low-hanging branch of a tree. And as you approach it, it opens its mouth and makes a small burping sound. The toad's burp is echoed by a loud squeal from the nearby underbrush, causing its eyes to bulge as it nearly falls to the ground in surprise. The source of the squeal barrels into view a moment later. It's a massive pig, nearly 5 feet tall, at its humped back, with 2 sets of curved tusks jutting from its mouth. As if the pig couldn't be any more frightening, its mouth is also ringed with blood-flecked foam, and it twitches as it turns its attention towards you and starts pawing at the muddy ground. Appropriate that you picked this one.
Yeah, I mean, you can't quite tell, but Rusty is very excited right now.
Rabid pig.
I will say that Rusty, being that Rusty has expertise in this area, it is clear to you that there is something wrong with this pig.
Can you elaborate on that at all? When you say wrong, you mean like he's sick?
He's foaming at the mouth, and he looks to be especially aggressive. Now, pigs are known to be aggressive in the bayou, but it looks like there is something additionally wrong.
Do I have a sense of like, oh, he's got that pig fever? Or is it just like, okay, something's wrong, I have no idea what it is?
Give me a husbandry plus intellect challenge. So take your ranks in husbandry, but instead of using charm like you normally would, add your intellect aspect. Target number 9.
May I assist him?
Are you communicating with him about this?
No, this is me just sizing it up.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
All right, so I'm going in at a positive 3 after... Oh, wait, no, hang on.
So you want your ranks in husbandry, and then just add whatever your intellect aspect is.
Okay, so it's going to be 2.
Target number 9. Oy.
Yeah, that's okay.
So you can tell that there's something wrong, but you're not able to, you don't necessarily know. You're typically dealing with fairly domesticated pigs, so this is a little bit outside your expertise because it's clearly, a wild animal.
Right, so am I right to think that I shouldn't be trying to wrangle this thing in any sense? It doesn't look like a pig that I'm about to like calm down.
It's not clear to you. I'll say that you can tell that something is off, but you don't necessarily get a sense of whether it would be possible to calm it down or if it's just gonna be on site with all of you. Though so far its body language suggests it's about to attack you.
Sure, okay.
Can Jack sort of push his way to the front so that he's in the most immediate danger, as it were?
Okay, sure. Anybody else reacting?
Yeah, Crispy's going to follow Jack, but still kind of keep him in front of him.
Okay.
Well, are we free to like take actions right now, or we're not in dramatic time yet, I guess?
We're not in dramatic time yet. I just want to get a sense of what everybody's immediate reaction is at this point. So,
Bacon.
Protect the little ones.
I would believe whoever just said bacon, it probably expresses exactly what's on O'Toole's mind.
bacon is always on O'Toole's mind. We just assume that's the default.
Here in the bayou, that's just the native state of all hools is just bacon, 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 bacon.
Or with a side of gremlin sometimes.
Actually, they
Right.
love eating the mosquitoes, funny enough.
Yeah,
Also, probably the chickens.
and everything that's small enough to fit in their mouth.
Funny enough,
But,
they only mention the mosquitoes, which is weird.
Hmm.
Like, this is an in-book thing. They mention they eat them.
Bats eat mosquitoes.
Yes.
Is Dr. Ernest going to try to sell it a salt lamp, or how does he react?
I'm going to go yipe, and my hat like jumps off of my head as I startle in fear, and it falls back on my head at an askew angle. But otherwise, I am just going to keep the rein steady and say, "No, make sure you stay the calm there, Cucumber." And Cucumber literally has absolutely no reaction whatsoever. She doesn't know what's going on. She's not paying attention at all.
Crispy's
right.
going to adjust the fin on his head to be a little more rakish, by the way.
Okay.
Nice.
So as Big Jack takes a step forward to try to shield the smaller of the companions, this seemingly very angry and potentially also rabid pig will charge at him. And with that, let's open the map. So you can go back to the Vassal toolbar and click map, and then we'll flip for initiative. Everybody can then also go into map objects next to map and pick out a character token that they want to represent their character. All right, we'll do something like that. You were all fairly close together as you were happened upon this situation, but let's flip for initiative. Give me a flip, Gary.
All right, initiative. Oh, that's going to be. I have a +2 on initiative, which gives me an 8.
Blue.
All right, I'm back with my amazing initiative of -1.
Oh boy.
That's a 6.
Spanner.
There we go. 12.
12. Bobcat.
+1 here, so 9.
And Strixon.
I'm sorry, what? Okay, so it's just a single flip plus
Your initiative aspect, yep.
Okay. I think I'm just taken aback by I'll say I'm overly focused on trying to figure out what might be wrong with this thing.
That's fair. What's your total with that?
That'll be 1.
1 it is.
Can you imagine not having a bonus to initiative? Couldn't be me. It's not like every other character I've ever had has had penalties to initiative.
That's how it goes sometimes. All right, so the pig's gonna go first on account of he surprised you. So he's gonna charge up right at the large and imposing gremlin in front of him. And he's gonna let out a squeal and a grunt as he tries to gore you with his tusks. Give me a target number 10 defense check.
And defense. Defense 5.
Nice.
Nope.
Oh, that's less than.
In the interest of not dying too quickly, I'll cheat in a 8 of rams. So.
All right, well, he's got 2 tusks, so let's do it again.
Okay.
Target number 10.
10. Yeah, that'll do it. 12.
Okay, so you clearly prepared for this, knowing that you would be the vanguard for the group to try to protect them from the angry pig. And as it charges at you, it tries to gore you, but you move out of the way and it just kind of knocks its head into your leg kind of impotently. And when it tries again, it just struggles to do any real damage to you. With that,
This
we'll
is
go
why
over.
Jack wears armored boots, for the record.
With that, we will go over to Crispy.
All right. Help me with how the movement works on the map, just so I can get it.
With how what
set up
works?
properly. Getting the movement range to show up on the map. Like
Oh yeah. So what you want to do is click on the model that you want to measure from, and then hold the control button and hit a number, and it will give you an aura around them of that size. That is the easiest way to measure anything. So if you want to move, you can do a 1-inch one and then move it in increments. If you want to just measure range, do an 8 or whatever it is. And
I have to move in a straight line to charge, and Jack's in the way. Oops.
You did stand behind him.
I did stand behind him. Can you walk into combat range in this?
Yeah, you can just walk up and then you only get 1 attack that way, but you can still do it.
Right. Well, let me see what his control 4. All right, so he's like gonna try to walk.
What's your melee range, just out of curiosity?
Oh, is that based on the weapon or?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's based on the weapon.
Okay, let me see if I actually wrote that down. It's a frying pan. So it's probably pretty close. Let me just grab it from the book real quick.
I think it's a
Frying.
0.
Probably.
It is a 1.
It's a 1. Okay.
Yeah, I think you should be able to charge him then. I'll say that you can nudge around and do something like that.
Yep.
All right. Well, let me get him. Let me get the mat to come back up, and I'll just go ahead and. Oh, is that? Do you move him for me?
Yeah, I moved him just
Okay,
because I was
cool.
measuring everything out. Yep.
All right. Yeah, that's fine.
So you run around Big Jack with your frying pan over your head, ready to
Yep.
do battle with this boar. Let's do target
Yep.
number 10.
Yelling, "Crispy bacon!"
Rusty winces as he realizes what's happening.
What's the straight flip again?
Just hit the 1 in the top left.
Okay, let me.
You're looking for a 10 total here.
Looking for 10 total. 3 acting value 3. All right, just a straight flip. 13 on 1.
All right, so that'll be a negative twist for damage.
Negative twist for damage. So I do the 2 and take the lowest. Ugh. 4 is. It's going to be the low damage, I guess.
Yep.
Probably.
Usually
I
is.
think that's a 2, but hold on. Yeah, it's a 2.
Okay. And you charged him, so one more. Target number 10.
And that fails miserably with the Black Joker.
All right. So you hear a cartoonish bonk sound as you smack the boar in the head with the frying pan. But as the boar turns in your direction to try to retaliate, you get a little scared, and when you go to swing at it again, you actually lose your hold on the frying pan, and it falls in the mud next to you.
Oh dear.
Good old Black Jokers.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
With that, we will go over to Big Jack.
Okay. So I'm already right next to this thing, so Big Jack is just going to raise up his big hammer.
Hammer o'clock.
Yeah, it is in fact hammer time. This is a fairly common looking just railway spike driving hammer.
Perfect.
And he's going to try and crush this thing's skull.
The pig does look like a rail spike, so it's perfect. Target number 10.
Yeah. Target number 10. Okie dokie. But action value 5. So, all right. I'm just gonna. I'll just swing a second time.
Okay. Do you draw a card from missing in melee or no?
Oh yes, I do actually, because it's heavy melee.
There you go. And then we'll do it
That
again.
card
Target
is
number 10.
useless. I don't know, maybe
Wait,
not.
do I get to draw for missing with the Black Joker?
It
Depends
depends
on
on what you're on the pursuit is.
Yeah, if he fails, he gets a card. I wasn't sure if the Black Joker kiboshed that or not.
Oh no. If you fail, you fail. So if that's your
Awesome.
on the pursuit, then you can draw. All right. So doing it again.
Yep, second swing. That's also a fail. However, I actually did draw a useful card. That would be I'll cheat in the 5 of masks, which is a total 10. So I think that's 2
All right.
pick the lowest, or 3 pick the lowest.
So
Rather.
yeah, double neg. So 3.
But I'm also going to declare my trigger for heavy melee, which is where is it? Knockback. So as long as I do any amount of damage, I push them 3 yards away.
Okay. So 3 cards.
Yep. Yeah, that's going to be weak, which is 2, I think. Yep, 2 damage.
Over to Dr. Ernest.
Alrighty.
I guess push back 3.
3, right? Yeah.
Ernest is. Oh, your boy, you pushed him far back. I am going to shoot him with my slingshot, my pathetic and weak little slingshot.
Excellent.
So that is AV of 2. Let me move these cards into the pile. And here we go. AV of 2. What is its defense?
10.
10. All right, that is an 8. All right, I'm going to let it fail, and I'm just going to swing again.
All right. Target number 10.
All right, that is a 12.
With
So
a
I
negative
neg 4 for damage. That is a low for 1. I did damage, which is incredible for this character.
Now, are you flinging salt lamps at it, or are they just rocks?
These are little chunks of salt and ambiguous pink crystals.
Hmm.
So
I'm
you're
ten-
assaulting it.
He's assaulting it. Yes.
Oh, you're banned. You're all banned.
I did.
Are you
Khajiit has
kidding?
done nothing.
All right, is that it for the doctor? That was 2, right?
Yep, that was 2 actions. I got nothing
Alright.
else.
Over to Stick.
All right, this is gonna be fun. I'm gonna charge.
Can you charge that distance over people?
Yes, the Ahul has flight.
Oh, well, that's a thing, I suppose.
Yes, it is.
What's your charge range?
8.
Nice.
If anyone's ever played Monster Hunter, this thing just sounds like a Nargacuga. to me.
Nargacuga.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, see, I like this thing because it reminds me of my little, my current pet cat, who's mostly an outside cat who loves to get moles. She's a little, I don't know how she gets moles. No one does. Oh, that's enough. But she is
All
a
right.
force of nature.
Target number 10.
Alrighty. I'm on a stat 6. I do flip since it's technically me taking the action, which is kind of weird, but
Does it say that specifically?
yep.
Okay.
The model does not get its own turn. I may take actions listed on it as though as I'm the one using them.
Okay, perfect. Target number 10.
Stat 6, so I need a 4 or better. Oh, that's an 18.
That is, according to my calculations, that is more than a 4.
Definitely more than a 4.
19, you said?
18.
18, straight flip.
Alright, and I do get my snatch up trigger. So, straight flip, you said?
Yep.
Alright, that's a week of 1.
That's disappointing.
You know what? I'll cheat up with a 7 of crows to make it 2.
Okay.
Snatch up trigger. After succeeding, I may move this character up to 8 yards in any direction, then place the target in physical contact with this character.
Go for it.
He's gonna steal it.
Yeah. So, Stick is just trying to calm down O'Toole, be like, hey, it's alright, buddy, it's alright, we'll get you something to eat. But before he can try to calm it down to a complicit state, I guess, the thing just charges over everybody, grabs the pig, then just whisks it away, just over yonder.
All right, and you gonna attack it again?
Yep.
Target number 10.
I wonder if can I get my crow's trigger? That is not a crow's trigger.
What's the total?
That is a 11.
All right, with a negative.
All right. Oh. Yep. So that's gonna be 1 damage.
All right, and with a squeal, this pig is frothing at the mouth, trying to bite at the Ahul, in spite of the fact that it's clearly no match for it, and it lets out a final squeal as it kind of falls over on its side and passes out, bleeding a bit from some of its wounds. So now everybody, we can close out the map. Everybody can discard as many cards as they would like, and then draw cards until they have 3.
I just want to point out that when the pig goes unconscious, I draw a card from my
really?
on the pursuit.
Nice.
So I'll draw, and then you can discard and draw the same amount.
No, you draw. So you'll draw 1 first, and then you discard as many cards as you would like, and then draw until you have 3. So you only get up to the 3.
I see.
So you draw 1 from the
No, no,
encounter.
You're not drawing 1, only he's drawing 1. So
sorry.
everybody else, you're just discarding as many cards as you'd like,
Right.
and then you will draw cards until you have 3.
I'm good with keeping 4 cards.
That's also an option.
Yeah. For anybody who want to do anything with that pig, I recommend you do something fast before O'Toole just enjoys his meal.
Crispy just sort of sadly looks down at his frying pan like, you failed me. No, I'm sorry, buddy. I failed you. Picks up his frying pan and kisses it.
So to be clear, the pig's still alive.
Yes.
Jack pets Rusty on the head and goes,
All right,
Good.
I'm gonna saunter over to it, and I mean, I guess what I would like to do is give it another closer look over to see if I can get a sense of what's ailing it. But if that's already been ruled beyond me, then I don't
Wait.
know.
Well,
Did
you were
Jack
just
pet
looking
Crispy?
at it before, and now you're gonna actually examine it. So we can take another shot at it if you like.
And that would be
Let's do a target number 10 husbandry check.
but intelligence based again.
No, this is just a husbandry check.
Oh, okay, cool.
Now you're actually examining it.
Well, that's gonna be a 7.
What was that, a 7?
Yeah, 7 total.
Do you want to cheat?
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna cheat a 9 of rams, and I have a question.
Okay.
That is going to give me a trigger that I could use to heal this pig if I wanted to.
Okay.
Does that mean he's just gonna wake up immediately, or is he just he's gonna stay unconscious but not be on death's door, perhaps?
I'll say that being that you succeeded, you can choose. So if you'd like to wake him up, you can as part of this. If you don't want to, you can leave him.
Okay, so the total's gonna be a 13 now.
Okay.
And then I'll
So-
make a 1, 2, 3 heal check.
Go ahead and flip that.
All right, so 1.
So you go over and you start examining the unconscious creature, and you notice that its wounds are fairly superficial. They're enough to kind of wear it down, and it passed out probably from blood loss, but nothing seems to be especially damaged. But you take a look in its mouth, and you notice all of this foam kind of coming out of its mouth, and you don't have a lot of experience in this area, but you are able to determine that it seems to have rabies, which is a condition that you have at least heard about, infecting some other creatures in the bayou since the humans have been on this side of the breach. And it causes them to be particularly aggressive. It's also very hard to cure.
Okay, and to recap, did Big Jack took a bite from this thing, right?
No, I dodged it.
Okay, so the pig didn't actually draw blood at all?
No.
All right. Yeah, I hate to say it, but this poor girl, I think we're going to have to put her down. She's got them rabies.
What's that mean, boss?
I don't know. I just know that ain't no hurt in the whole bayou can fix this.
Can we
Afraid
still
there
eat it?
ain't no saving this one.
Can we still eat it?
Yeah, there's a lot of good eating on a hog that size.
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, it would eating a. Can you cook a rabies pig? It would be fine to eat, right?
Actually, you know what? I actually have a point in doctoring. Would my character have any medical knowledge of that sort? Would he actually know what rabies is?
I'm looking up what the real life answer to this question is. No, you cannot eat a animal that has
No,
rabies.
yeah. In real life,
Yeah,
I know
no.
that you absolutely can't eat a rabbit animal. You can't even really burn the body. That's a prion disease. Actually, I don't know if it's prion. I'm not sure. It's deadly one way or the other.
You can't eat this one. I mean, you can, but you're gonna die.
That's an awful
That's not
shame.
good.
Anyway, let's move on.
Sorry.
What about
Uncle.
the big bat?
I'm sorry, Uncle. It's got to be next time.
Oh, come on. Wouldn't it be fun if we had a rabbit ahul in our party?
Absolutely not.
Fun for you, maybe.
I'd
Well,
rather
that's the
not.
only fun I'm worried about now.
You sadist.
Ah, yes. Let's repeat another stereotype of bats having rabies.
Yeah, there's that. Okay, so do you actually put it down, Rusty?
What do you mean?
Are you actually going to kill the pig?
Well,
Seems like a mercy, right?
so I'm certainly suggesting we do so, but at the same time, I don't know that I'm equipped to do it. Are you guys ready to watch me try to strangle this thing?
I think.
I mean, I could try to do it with my big stick, but that's going to be
My
super
friend.
gruesome and slow.
Can we
My
just
friend,
take its head and put it in the water?
I only healed it up so I could just torture it more.
Hey, can I just shoot the pig? I have
Yeah,
a gun.
honestly,
You have a
if
gun?
someone has a gun,
Yeah, I have a gun. Do you want to use it, or do you want
have
me to?
have I seen someone use a gun yet?
I'm
I don't think
mentioning
I don't think anyone's used one yet.
as you're asking. I'm saying, hey, I got a gun.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind sparing the bullet, I'd prefer to make it quick.
Now, do you want me to do it, or do you want to?
Nah,
Just shoot the
it's your
damn pig.
gun. I mean, if you're squeamish, I'll do it. But
No, I got it. Shoots the pig.
All right, so a loud bang rings out in the quiet of this part of the bayou after this tussle went on for a little bit, and the blood kind of oozes out of the wound and then stops as the pig comes to its final rest, and you all kind of somberly make your way back into the forest and continue on following the trail of toads.
I'm sorry,
Let's-
who? It was
It was
was it
Stick.
Ernest that had the gun?
Stick.
No, I'm mistaken.
Stick
Yep,
had
it
that.
was sick.
Stick. I was Stick. Okay. As we're I mean, I'm certainly trying to as best I can to keep my distance from you because I'm a little concerned about your pet. But I'm gonna try to offer you what I feel would be some money for that bullet you.
No, I'm fine with I'm fine with just using the bullet to keep the pig down.
No,
Yeah,
it was I asked you to do it now, and I know bullets don't be growing on trees.
Nah,
I'm
it's
gonna
all
hand
right.
you.
If
I'm
he's
gonna
turning
hand
down
you
payment,
a
I'll take it.
diner. I think I'm saying that right. A diner. Diner.
I have no idea how it's pronounced. I think diner
Okay.
would be my guess.
All right, so I'm gonna hand you like a super. At first, it looks like it might just be like a hardened circle of mud, but you scrape a little bit of it off, and you can see it's actually a diner, which is a dime. That's like
Yeah,
it's
I guess.
point one script. Please take it. Yeah, I insist.
All right. I
If
just
he
didn't
won't
want to
take the payment, I'll take it.
Keep your hands off the money, salt liar.
And again, I am wounded by your illegitimate words.
Well, hang on. I got a question for you, salt salesman.
And what might that be, impugned customer?
Do you have pepper lamps?
Pepper lamps?
Well,
Ooh.
you sell salt lamps. Do you sell pepper lamps?
I get a faraway look in my eyes. You know what? I never thought of that before. My goodness. Have you ever thought about going into the Himalayan salt lamp industry? I'll give you a 90-10 split.
All right. Well, we'll assume that the two of you continue this conversation as we continue on with the adventure because we are running behind schedule here. So, let's go back to the ongoing challenge. At this point, you have 7 successes. We need 15, and let's go back to Gary. What would you like to check on?
We're going to try another notice check. Actually, you know what? My character would not be the sort to do the same check twice. He's going to do a leadership check instead at a +2.
Target number 10.
That is a 7. That is not a success.
Would you like to cheat?
Oh, I kind of do, but let me check the cards in my hand real quick. No, I'm not going to cheat it. I'm just going to let it fail.
All right. Dr. Ernest is too busy trying to make a horrible business deal to keep track of the toads. Blue.
Oh, yeah.
What's stick check
I'm
on?
gonna do a wilderness and have O'Toole help me here, so I'm at a 4.
All right. Target number 10. I think
Oh
that'll do it.
damn!
Oh, blimey. Yeah.
That works.
That should get you there.
Ooh-wee.
You
Hey,
got,
if anybody
you
has
got any
a
triggers?
if anybody has a wilderness 2, this would be really helpful.
What's your total? 16?
18.
18? Nice. Any triggers on wilderness by any chance?
Nope, I only have husbandry at 3 ranks.
Yeah. Spanner, what's Crispy doing?
Actually going to try tracking, even though he's not good at it, just
Fun.
to try to get a trigger to happen.
Cool. Target number 10.
That works. That's 12.
Okay. Did you get the trigger?
Hold on, let me Let me pull that back up. Actually, it's a versatile. He has no skills in it, so he gets to draw a card.
Because you succeeded on something that you
Succeeds
aren't
on
trained
a
in?
challenge involving a skill that he has no ranks in.
Very nice. Cool.
So,
All right. Bobcat, what are you checking?
Leadership again, and once again at -1.
All the face cards
Hey,
again.
it
Nailed
worked.
it. And Strixon, what's Rusty doing? Track again?
Yeah, I'm gonna do another tracking.
Target number 10.
That'll be a 10.
All right.
With Winnie's help, of course.
Yeah.
Winnie's providing that +1.
All right. I believe Gary did the worst here, so why don't you choose a number 2 through 8? Let's see what kind of horrible thing will happen to you this time.
Lucky number 7.
7 it is. So you start trudging back through the bayou as the conversations proceed accordingly. And after quite a bit more time passes, you find that you start to notice a bad smell. And that's saying a lot because the bayou always smells bad. And I would imagine that gremlins are pretty used to that. And they tend to not be especially sensitive to it because otherwise it'd be a nightmare.
They don't have
Crispy
noses.
smells like burnt fish. So
That's true. They don't have noses. I don't know if they have a sense of smell, and I'm not sure that's ever covered in
We
canon.
do.
But we'll assume that they have some ability to smell.
Yeah.
But you all pick up this foul smell, and pretty soon it gets to the point where it is actually quite
I have a horrible
Hard
feeling I know
to-
what this is.
quite hard to continue because of how bad the smell is. So I'm going to need you all to take a round of carouse checks. Let's
Oh,
start
I'm
with
actually
Gary.
good at this.
Target number 9.
Starting with me, target number 9 on carouse. Alrighty. Let's look at my carouse here. It's a wonderful and incredible 1. So I get there's a face card. That's a 13.
All right. Blue?
What's the target number you said?
9.
9. Okay, let me just. You say carouse.
That's it.
All right, I have a wonderful +0. So what's the target? All right. Oh,
Just
that works.
shooting out face cards today.
Yeah,
Aren't
we're burning through those. All
All right, Spanner. Target number 9.
right. Oh wow, that's a whopping 4. I think I'm gonna cheat a 9 of crows in.
All right. Bobcat.
I'm actually only at +1, as it turns out, but hey,
Hey, that works.
Wow, wow, wow. We are doing extremely well. Okay.
yeah,
Strixon,
right.
Rusty.
All right, that's gonna be a 4.
Oh, this is not good for you, huh?
Ouch.
Yeah, no, this is not my specialty.
Can't hold your liquor, huh?
Do you want to cheat that?
Rusty does not drink. He's very weird amongst gremlins. And no, I'm not gonna cheat.
All right. So the rest of you sort of guard your face and try to like cover your mouth and nose with, well, whatever your smelling organ is. I don't know. It's not a nose, but you cover your face with some kind of cloth to try to shield the smell and kind of power through it, hoping that it's only a small part of the bayou that is affected by whatever this horrible smell is. But Rusty, being a little bit emotionally compromised from the
Crispy's gonna grab the saltiest smelling salt lamp and shove that into his face.
Okay, fair enough. But Rusty has a hard time with it, and soon he feels that it's actually starting to affect him. You will gain the condition sick to stomach for the next hour. You will suffer a negative on all duels, which seems a little extreme.
Just to clarify that Crispy's covering is grabbing the saltiest smelling salt lamp he can get and shoving it in his face.
Right.
Naturally.
And I'm covering my nose with my hat, so I don't have time to stop you. Although I will say, this is my chance to say it on recording. I think gremlins smell with their ears.
You know, they could smell with their ears.
I'd believe it, to be honest.
I think butterflies taste with their feet, so I was gonna go with something more creative than that. But yeah, I guess that works. Ears is good.
Does Winnie have to make this check?
No, pigs don't care.
They're pigs.
They're very used to bad smells. In fact, they might be powered up by the bad smells.
Does a tool with his sensitive bat hat nose?
Nope.
Okay.
But let's go back to the ongoing challenge. Gary.
Okay. I am going to do notice this time.
All
I
right.
was distracted. I have lost interest in the conversation of pepper lamps. So that gives me an 11
Excellent.
with notice.
All right, Blue.
All right, gonna go for track again. Not wilderness, not track, wilderness. 4. Oh boy, that's a 9. I'm gonna cheat that up to a 10 with a 6 of clubs.
All right. We need 2 more. We need 1 more, actually. Spanner.
I'm gonna go ahead and go with a notice. 9. That's a 13.
Okay. Bobcat, if you'd like to do something for this hour, feel free to take a check or do something else because we have succeeded.
Yeah, we've succeeded. I don't want to risk crit failing and drag and immediately scoring 5 failures. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna abstain.
And will Rusty take a check on a negative twist?
Oh, guys, I gotta be honest, I ain't feeling too good. Maybe I could just help somebody else. Who was it that was doing wilderness?
Stick.
That was I.
Your best
All right,
friend.
so not that it matters, but for the sake of the role play, I'm gonna take the assist action for your next wilderness check.
Okay, so we'll just assume that you tried to help him while during that last duration, but because that's the end of the
Right.
Yeah. So that is also an hour, so you can lose that condition.
Oh, okay, cool.
You start to feel a little better. It only affects you for one duration on this.
I was gonna say, did we wander by a skunk 8 nest or something?
It was poison gas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Is this
Just
actually
swampy and stinky.
poison gas? No, it actually doesn't say what it is.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes, it's called swamp gas. So yes, it is some sort of gas that was potentially going to hurt you or give you that condition. So you continue on for another hour, searching for more toads, and you continue to find a toad and then another toad, and you all. It's getting a little bit tiring at this point, but you continue on trying to find Zoraita's hut. The toads you're moving between begin to come closer and closer together until you're finally walking between 2 rows of the squat little creatures, all of them watching you with fat little eyes. The path they form ends at a wooden cabin which is surrounded on all sides by toads, save for a clear lane leading right up to a single door. You can see the warm glow of a fire shining through an open window, but somehow it doesn't seem all that inviting. You've barely had time to adjust to the sight when the door opens, revealing a hunched woman with thin, wiry arms and bare legs with feet. Well, she huffs, watching you for a moment before turning away and heading back into her shack. What are you doing standing out there and gawking? Come inside, come inside.
I like to imagine that I am distracted while seeing this, and I do not put all of my effort into redirecting Cucumber, and she bonks into a nearby tree, and the whole tree shakes, and she just sort of stops, staring directly at the tree.
Okay.
At which point, Crispy falls out of the wagon, still clutching the salt lamp, which he
Hand that
stuffs
over.
into his armor.
No, you got to pay for that. That's 3 script right there.
Ah.
Wow, the price
He
is going
throws
up.
it back in the cart.
For one of my inflammable salt lamps, you got to pay extra for that. Everyone knows
All right,
that
Biggin,
inflammable means
you go first,
inflammable.
Biggin.
Big Jack will take his hat off and push his goggles up a little bit so that people with Zoraida can actually see his eyes and walk in, gulping loudly as he does so.
All right. Does anyone else head inside with Big Jack?
Crispy will follow him while looking at his hat strangely, and then, in confusion, pull his cellurid fin off and clutch it in front of him as he goes inside.
Yeah, I'm gonna choke up on Winnie's leash, so he's got no more than like a foot to go, and then just cautiously, I'm gonna be the last one to enter.
Yeah, I'll enter with my hat in my hands, and I'm shaking the whole time.
What about Stick? Is he going to dismount his steed and head in?
Yeah, I'm gonna get off of O'Toole here and tell him to go get himself something to eat, but not to touch the pigs. As I go and head inside.
I hope he's an obedient Hool, or else we're going to have a different boss battle at the end of this adventure. The witch's shack is warm, almost oppressively so, and you find yourself sweating uncomfortably from the moment you step inside. Strange bundles of sticks or pouches of unknown substances hang from the ceiling in multiple places, giving the shack a scent that is partially herbal and somewhat musty. Come looking for something, have you? Have a seat. Have a seat. The witch cackles with amusement and gestures to a cracked and splintered table. Small animated burlap dolls drag a deck of cards across the table's surface, and then dart back into hiding behind stacks of books. Have a seat and tell Zoraida what you desire, little morsels. She grins, but there's nothing reassuring in her smile.
Oh boy.
Is
We
there a
hear
seat
about a
big enough
crocodile.
for Jack here, or
What was that?
is there a seat big enough for Jack here?
Yeah, there's a few different seats. They don't look especially sturdy, but if you want to try to have a seat, there's.
So to be clear, we all get a distinct negative vibe from this setup.
Oh yeah, it's super.
Oh, yeah.
creepy
It's terrifying.
All right,
It's
so in
right.
response to that, Rusty's gonna, maybe I better just keep an eye on Cucumber, and he's just gonna slip out with Winnie.
I'm gonna look around and see if anyone else is willing to tank point. And
So
hold on, let me finish my thought real quick. Seeing that everyone else is equally as uninterested in speaking to Miss Zoraida the Swamp Witch herself, I'm gonna gulp audibly and go, "Ooh, I guess I gotta be the one to do it." Ooh.
I mean, I can do it.
so as
Oh,
Rusty,
my character, let me say real quick, as Gary Ginnerhall, I want him to do it, because I am designed for social combat, but my character is terrified to the bone.
Look, I'd do it, but someone's got to look after Cucumber.
So as you guys are saying this, Rusty turns to leave, and when you get to the door, you find that it is locked from the inside.
No.
Fuck.
No, my little morsel, have a seat. And she's gonna gesture to the table again with her creepy bony finger.
At which point, Crispy slinks up and sits and tries to retract as much of his actual anatomy inside of the Silurid as possible. So it's just his eyes peeking over the chest cavity in his ears.
Now tell me why you've made the journey here. There's clearly something you wish for.
Well, you see, Mrs. Zoraida, we was sent by the local the head of a LaCroix village to find out the location of a specific style of amphibian that lives out in the swamps.
I came here looking for a gator.
Yeah, one of them big gator types.
A big white gator that talks.
Chubbs LaCroix, huh? He's always getting up to something. So he sent you, eh?
Mm-hmm.
And you're looking for a gator. I might know something about a gator.
All right.
I propose we play a little game. You win, I tell you what you want. I win, and I get what I want.
All right, sure.
And what that might that be, Miss Zoraida?
Well, I'll have you feed my pets.
Oh,
I think she means that literally.
I mean, I'm good at feeding pigs.
Excellent. So we have an arrangement.
I think we sure do.
Rusty,
so.
when this is over, we need to talk.
And who would like to participate in the card game?
Hey, I might as well.
Go ahead.
Stick just looks unfazed by the entire situation. The greatest part about Stick's skull.
Politely decline, Miss Zoraida the Swamp Witch, ma'am. I'm no good with cards.
Ain't
All right,
supposed to tell her that, you thick-headed buffoon.
She just
I
has
guess-
a grin on her face, ear to ear, as you have this conversation, and then she's going to. Go ahead. Did you have something to say?
I guess I'll play.
She's asking
Go.
for one of you. to
Yeah.
play.
Oh. Hey, Mr. Salesman. Like you're up.
Now
My
hold
character
up.
does have ranks in gambling, but Stick said he'd go first.
I fear no man nor beast, and I do not know of this witch. So let's go ahead.
All right. Excellent.
Okay.
So, let's see here. I need you to take a target number 5 gambling challenge.
Great. What? Let me pull that skill up real quick, because I don't have my phone open. Hold up. I'm gonna probably guess that's probably one of the things I have a 0 at. Well, where is it? Where is it? Oh, actually, no. I got a 1. All right. That's a 10.
All right.
That's a margin of success.
All right. So, I need you to draw 6 cards, and you may choose to do this hands face down or face up as you please. So if you'd like to have it be a secret, you can just drag them off the top of the deck and put them in the little area below it, so that only you'll be able to see the cards.
All right.
If you would like to reveal them to all of us, then you can, but I think it will be more dramatic if you don't.
Oh, I'm out of cards.
Okay, hold on. I'll reshuffle.
I'll
Everybody draw a card.
Yep. Yeah.
So you should end up with 6 there.
All right. All right.
And you need to make the best poker hand that you can with those cards. And just for the record, aces are high. So it doesn't matter what value they are, but they are considered higher than the rest of the cards. Red jokers are wild. Black jokers have no value, but you must include them in the hand that you make. So you're going to make a hand with 5 of those cards. And I am going to do the same, except I'm Zoraida, so
right.
I get more. Don't do it yet. Hold on. Don't reveal it yet. You can plan it, whatever you want to plan, but I don't know where to put them. Hold on.
Really not overly thrilled about doing the exact thing that Zoraida's flavor text in the book warns you not to do with Zoraida.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, no. This will probably go bad for you guys.
Oh, absolutely. Terribly.
I think I get 10.
Oh, wow.
Whoops. But Vassal's making it real hard for me. This seems unfair, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
Well, it is Zoraida. I mean, she's basically supposed to win 99% of the time.
I mean, it's 10 cards versus 6, and I'm probably gonna get dusted here.
And you only got the 6 because you got a margin of success on your gambling check. If you hadn't, you'd only had 5, and that'd just be your hand.
Oh, wow.
The margin of success got me 1 card. Jesus.
If you had completed a fate step, you would be able to cheat a card and replace one of these with a card out of your hand. But this is designed to be played with pre-generated characters that are all at step 1. So. Or step 0, they're all fresh characters, so you're probably not gonna have a fate step done. It's very strange.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm be real with you here, Chief. This might be an unexpected end to this journey, but you know what? I came in here with no fear, and I'm going to leave this world with no fear.
All right, well, let me see what I have.
Badass.
Many options. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I appreciate that there's one gremlin in the group that's just like, whatever, I ride a giant bat.
Yeah, Sticks is dope. I love this character. I did make my character who sucks at combat in the combat adventure. What can I say?
There
Okay.
you go.
I think I have my best hand. Let me just double check.
2 of a kind's the best.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, okay. So would you please reveal your hand to the
Yeah.
group?
Yeah,
What do you got?
I got a 6-pair ace high.
Where do you have an ace? Oh, the one. Yeah.
The one. Huh.
All right. Well, I will reveal a flush.
Of course you do.
Of course. Why
with,
not?
Unfortunately for you guys, the red joker.
Oh,
Oh.
So I have a set of masks, appropriate for Zoraida to win with a bunch of masks in her hand.
It
Well,
is.
Gentlemen, Redlands, it's been an honor.
Yeah.
No, you're supposed to lose. You can win. There's a contingency for if you win, but you're supposed to lose. Zoraida cackles as she flips over each of her cards one by one. As each one falls over, you feel a nail of terror sink deeper into your gut. It's clear that she's won the hand. Now, my little morsels, she licks her lips as she begins to grow larger and larger. It's time to hold up your end of the bargain. As she continues to grow, you realize that she isn't the one changing size. She's not growing, you're shrinking. Soon you're no larger than one of her dolls, and she cackles as she scoops you up in her bony, vice-like fingers and carries you to the door. She flings it open, then lifts you up to her face and grins victoriously. Now it's time to collect my prize. She steps out onto her porch and throws you into the horde of hungry toads. Feed them well! And she cackles.
Oh.
And with that,
Oh, bog.
let's flip for initiative.
Oh, God.
I know this might be an unceremonious way for this to go, but can I call for O'Toole, who's at regular size, to come deal with this?
You cannot.
And what are the chances that Winnie was somehow avoided this
No, you
shrinking?
keep tied up. I know.
Please tell me Winnie's like twice my height now.
No, Winnie's with you and also shrinks, but O'Toole is not.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately. So Winnie's proportionate sized to the dog.
Yeah, Winnie also shrinks with you, so you are all like an inch or two tall now.
So I'm saying he's my height, or he's half my height because he's normally half my height.
No, he's half your height. He shrinks.
So I'm
proportionally.
assuming Jack is like, 5-6 inches?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're officially the size of Alpha models.
Jump on the table, you'll be as tall as Winnie.
I think you're a little bigger because they're supposed to be like voodoo doll size, so I think you're probably a little bit bigger than a Malfa model, but yeah, not far off.
Not much.
Hang on, I gotta put myself a new token then, since I'm,
So you all land in the mud, and luckily that cushions your fall, so you don't get any worse than a little bit of a bump or a bruise, but nothing dramatic. And you are on your butts as you look around and find that you are surrounded by hungry toads. If you want to start flipping for initiative while I'm grabbing some toads, we can start with Gary.
alrighty. I got +2 on initiative. That gives me a 15 with the 13 of rams.
That was pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Maybe I should have mentioned this earlier because I don't quite understand how the mechanic works, but I have sticky fingers. I think it's like the gremlin negative thing.
Oh, your
So I'm just gonna read it out because I don't quite know. This is the first time I think it's potentially triggered, but I don't know. After interacting with one or more Fate Master characters during narrative time, I have to flip over a card and then potentially do something.
Okay.
I don't know if that's what this is. You know what I mean? I'm for all I know, I've already missed that one.
I mean, you interacted with Zoraida a bit, and she locked you in and told you to sit down, so I guess that counts, right?
Fate Master character is like a character you control, I would think.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. So nothing happened.
Nothing happened?
Yeah. If it was a mask, then I would have been forced to steal something from Zoraida, and I'm going to go ahead and say that probably a good thing that didn't happen.
Oh, that would have sucked.
That would have been a bad time.
It's like, all right, you know what? I wanted to feed you to the toads, but now you need to suffer like horribly.
I think stealing from Zoraida, you get fed to bad juju.
Look, she had a little golden pig statue. I couldn't help myself.
Isn't bad juju someone who stole from her? Wasn't that what she did to him? Was turn him into bad juju?
I don't think so. I think it's just a Meyer golem.
Time to go get the book now.
I know these look like Silurids, but they're actually toads.
Yeah,
It's appropriate. I mean, they're the size of Silurids to us now.
Yeah.
So O'Toole is gone for now. We have Big Jack. I'm just gonna plop you randomly because that's how you got here. So
That's a lot of toads.
is it
It seems like it.
okay?
Add some more, huh?
I have this horrible feeling. Yeah.
Well, I mean, her hut is basically surrounded by a massive carpet of the things. So,
Yep. That is in fact the case.
are we still flipping for initiative? Because I haven't actually done it yet. I'm not sure
Yeah.
if that
Yeah.
was.
I
I
forgot.
was just getting situated. So Blue, go for it.
Yeah.
Alrighty, my almighty -1. That's a 10.
It's not bad.
Not
Spanner.
bad. Yeah, let me. Of course, I just dropped the screen. Black Joker. There it is.
One way to get rid of it, you know.
There it
Yeah.
is.
What's that put you at? A 0?
I actually have no idea what a Black Joker does for initiative.
It's a 0.
It's
So
a
Is
zero.
what's your modifier? Bobcat, you can flip.
It's a 2.
2.
Ooh. I think that's a 14.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, 14.
All right, Instrix.
That's going to be a 12. Wow.
We're doing
God,
pretty
is that what
good.
Seamus used to look like? That.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. The sexy Seamus. Yeah, it's disturbing, isn't it?
What you don't see is the scantily clad zombie that's hanging off his legs.
Yeah.
Is that actually Molly on that original sculpt?
No, I don't think so. I think Molly had a model.
Yeah, she's the 12 of the 12 of crows.
So you find yourselves laying in the mud, and you look up to find that you're surrounded by what used to be very small and not particularly scary looking, but maybe a little creepy toads. And now they're all giant, and they look hungry. And a few in particular seem to have their eyes on you as they kind of menacingly croak in your direction. We will start off with Dr. Ernest. It takes an
Okay.
action to stand up.
Okay. Then I'm going to stand up and pull out my whip, and that will be my entire action.
All right, there's going to be a lot of that happening here. Big Jack.
I will stand up and pull out my big old hammer.
Okay.
Or my small old hammer, as it is now.
Rusty.
How far away are we from Cucumber?
In the current scale of things, hundreds of yards.
Cucumber's
Okay, so
way
I couldn't
far away.
she couldn't hear me.
Almost certainly not.
I'm going to be real with you. Cucumber
I had
will
to
not
figure that
fight.
out. I mean,
Cucumber would
given
not
her
fight.
relative size, if she was simply to come in this direction, it would be an interesting. I feel like I had to ask.
Of course. But yeah, she is not designed in any way, shape, or form to be a combat character.
She would just turn into pieces of terrain where her hoofs were in the dirt if she came.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, if she was just charging us, we've got a coin flip that she's going to squish at least a couple of these.
Rumbling.
All right, I had to check. Okay, so I'm not exactly sure what this translates to action-wise, but I'm gonna drop the sack that I carry, and then I'd like to reach into said sack to pull out my barrel lid, which is a shield.
Okay, so that will cost an action to equip it.
Okay, and then, of course, at this point, I have dropped my leash on Winnie, and I'm going to use the command action, and I'm going to have him focus.
So do bear in mind that if you are attacked in melee and you are prone, which you currently are, it will be at a negative twist. Your defense flip will be at a negative twist.
Oh, and I guess Winnie's prone as well.
I'll say that Winnie being a pig, it could land on his feet because he's a pig.
He's used to
Yeah, he's
sliding
a
around in the
quadruped.
mud.
Yeah, their belly's not much further off the ground than their feet would be anyway. So
Okay. In that case, I will replace the focus with a stand-up.
So the way it works to order Winnie is you would spend an AP to do the order action, and then when your activation ends, Winnie gets a full activation. It's not just one action.
Oh, really? Oh, that's so good.
Yep.
What the fuck? Oh, I assumed it was just like a 1-for-1. Okay.
No.
Damn. In that case, well, hang on. Does focus stack here? How does that work?
It disappears at the end of turn.
Turn is in like
Their
everyone
activation.
goes.
Your activation. So if Winnie focuses and then doesn't get an activation, then it just goes away.
Wait, so anytime you gain focus, you have to use it immediately.
Yep, that's second edition.
Yeah. Second edition's a little lame on.
Okay, then yeah. Either way, I'll. Man, it's real tempting to give them both, but yeah, I'll just stand up.
Okay, so equip the shield and then stand up.
Correct.
All right. Over to Stick.
So, question: since I'm prone, I can't move, obviously, right?
I believe you can crawl at half speed.
Yeah, you crawl at half speed, I think.
Ah, all right.
No charging.
Well, I'm gonna get up and I'm trying to. I realized something funny I could do, but it's gonna take another turn since I'm prone. All right, yo, Big Jack,
Mhm.
deal with the toad two there, toad over there. The toad close to me. I'm gonna stand up, and I'm gonna go defensive and discard a 4 of masks.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Sounds good. And now it's total clock. Well,
Total
I
recall.
think terrible. Absolutely terrible. I hate it. Toad number 1 is gonna charge at Crispy.
Of course.
So give me target number 11 defense check.
At a negative twist, right?
Oh, you're still on the ground, aren't you? That's really
Yeah,
unfortunate.
because you didn't get to go yet.
That Black Joker was a bad time for you.
Yeah. Right, come on, Vassal, give me the deck. Yeah, that's awful. And I can't cheat because it's a negative twist, right?
Correct.
So it's a 2.
Your defense 0?
Oh wait, hold on. I think I'm defense 4. So
6.
6?
6.
All right.
Whole
so
6.
Still a negative. Okay, well, this is worse for you, but okay. That's 3 damage.
Yikes.
Well,
And
go ahead. He has armor. I don't know if that does anything in this case, but
it does.
okay.
You have the armor condition or you have protected, or both?
He has light armor. He has a single point of armor.
Okay, so you'll only apply 2.
Okay.
But he got his trigger, so you are going to gain the condition in my belly as he opens
Oh, dear.
his wide reptilian mouth and swallows you whole.
Oh, this is charming.
I guess the toad's about to find out if you actually are crispy or not.
Yeah.
So you are going to gain the paralyzed condition, and at the start of each of your turns, you're going to suffer 2 damage, and you will end this condition when the toad that swallowed you is killed.
Awesome. Let me figure out how to get him. Let's see. 2 damage. Put the wounds on him here.
What you can do, I think, is helpful for everyone is on your model.
Mhm.
Once you've taken damage, put your total health count on your model.
Yep.
So that everybody knows where
What's
you're at.
is it like control? How do I do it quickly?
I think it's N and B. Up
Yeah, it's N
and
and
down.
B. N is increase, B is decrease.
Yeah, there you go.
And in what?
No control. So
See.
you just click on your character and then hit N, and it will tick
Oh,
up.
okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you started with 5 health?
No, I just wasn't done yet.
Oh, okay.
He started with 9.
Oh, wow. Very nice.
Yeah.
Ooh-wee.
Okay. So then I will put you inside the toad, like that.
Yep.
It doesn't actually say you're supposed to do that. It just says you're supposed to gain paralyzed and not move, but I'm moving you because he swallowed you.
No, well, yeah, it makes sense.
Yep.
Now I just wish he had some way of lighting himself on fire.
There you go. Toad number 2 is going to Sticky Tongue at Big Jack. Give me a target number 13 defense check.
Specifically defense, not evade for this.
Correct. Your
Okay.
evade is already folded into your defense.
It's just because I have a trigger on evade, so I was.
That is a defense trigger, so it does apply.
Okay, that's quite cool. All right, target 13, you said, yeah?
Yep.
Defense of 5, okay. Nope.
We used up everything for the initiative.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was it worth it, boys?
Maybe.
No.
Maybe.
Well, if I get to do what I want to do before we all die, I will accept this honorable defeat.
I'm gonna assume that this is gonna pull me towards it, so I'm just gonna I'm gonna let that one slide.
What's your total?
6.
All right, so it'll be damage at a straight flip. That'll be 1 damage.
-1 for armor.
You can't go to 0, so you'll still take
I
1.
go 0. Okay, cool.
And you are going to move 3 towards him. And then we will do it again. Target number 13.
+5 again. Exactly 13.
That still hits on an attack, so do you want to cheat it?
Yeah. No, I'm good. I'll take the double negative.
All right. That's 1 damage again.
Uh,
And it will pull you right up into its face. The toad number 3 is gonna try to sticky tongue at stick. Target number 13. And take your positive for defensive.
That is a 15.
All right, do it again.
It's only the positive on the first one, right?
Nope, you keep defensive stays until you activate again.
Okay, I've never actually used defensive in a game.
It's very
so-
good in the right situation.
Oh, well. Hang on. I want to check something before I cheat any cards. Because I have a master plan, but it requires precision.
Excellent. Bobcat, you didn't get your defensive trigger on rams on that second attack.
no, it's masks. All my triggers are masks.
Alright, I'm going to cheat then. I'm going to cheat with a 10 of tomes.
All right,
Put me at a 14.
that'll miss.
Yep, let me get rid of this aura here real quick.
Toad number 4 is going to send a sticky tongue at you, and then after that he's going to do one at Ernest, so be ready with your defense.
Okay.
Alrighty. I'm going to have... Oh, that's an 11. He got me.
All right. With a negative, that'll be 1 damage, and he'll pull you towards him. And then Ernest, target number 13.
All right. Target number 13. I've got defense 5. That is an 18.
All right. Toad number 5 is going to sticky tongue at Rusty. Target number 13. What does your shield do?
Let me pull it up.
I think it just gives you a bonus.
It's awkward and shield.
I think shield
Right,
just
right.
gives you a bonus when you have...
Shield's +1 armor, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. Shield X. When this character takes a defensive stance, increase the value of the granted defensive condition by the character's shield value. So if you take defensive stance, you'll get 2 automatically, or 4.
I see.
Or 3, I guess. All right, so just give me a defense flip on a 13.
That is a 6. Target number's a 13, you said?
Yep.
Alright, I'm going to cheat a 10 of tomes. And that'll be a... Oh, wait, no, that won't do that. Alright, I'll cheat a 12
Okay.
of crows.
So that will miss. And then he's going to do one at Winnie. So you don't flip for Winnie when it's not your turn. So what's Winnie's defense stat in the parentheses?
The parentheses is 9.
Okay, so that will hit on a negative. It'll do 1 damage to Winnie. And pull Winnie that way. All right. And with that, we'll go over to Crispy, who will slowly digest inside of a toad's belly.
Toad. Basically just take 2 damage, right?
Does armor apply to this?
Oh, cool. I'm trying to make sure I actually get him.
So I will say that everybody else would be aware that this toad ran up and swallowed him, and it appeared to swallow him whole, and you can actually hear the muffled sounds of him struggling inside this giant. So it might occur to any of you who thinks about it, even for a brief second, that it could be a good idea to go over there and beat up that toad to free your friend so you can participate in the fight. But with that, we'll start the combat or properly, and we'll go back to Dr. Ernest.
All right. Ernest is going to charge the toad that has his friend in its stomach.
His friend?
And I have a 2-inch reach on this whip. So I
All
will
right.
go to there.
Sounds good.
And that's going to be stat 2 swing with the whip.
Target number 9.
Back, you beast, back. That's an 11,
All right.
which is a success with a negative.
That's it.
That gives me 1 damage.
Okay.
And
I really hope these don't have much health.
we're going to swing one more time. That's a 14 versus a 9, right?
Yeah, so still negative.
Ah, well. I gave it my best. That's going to be still a 1 damage.
All right. So
That's as
the
good
whip,
as it gets with me.
the whip cracks a few times. That's a 2-inch range, you said, right?
Yes.
So the whip cracks a few times, and this toad recoils as you slash it in its face. But you still hear the sounds of your buddy, quote unquote, struggling inside of it. And we'll go to Big Jack.
Okay, Big Jack is going to try and put the hammer down on this toad.
Okay.
So
Turn number 9.
Turn number 9, plus 5. Ooh, 15 with a trigger.
Ooh, nice.
That's a straight flip.
Straight flip, okay. Good. Severe. That's good.
Pretty good.
Ooh.
That will be.
After this will be Rusty, just as a reminder.
That is 6 damage.
That's pretty good.
Wow.
He's
Is
still
he
in the fight, though.
standing?
But
Okay.
he looks real
Oh.
rough.
So I'm
You
going
hit
to take
him
my
with this
trigger.
hammer, and there are pieces of his body falling off.
I'm going to take my trigger to push him 3 directly backwards.
Okay. You can do the honors if you'd like.
I'm not sure.
I'll do it. Don't worry about it. 3 directly backwards, just so you know you won't be able to attack him again.
Yep. And I am then going to. It was walk 5. Roll 5. Move myself to up there. So I get rid of it. Yep. And I also have a 2-inch reach, so the toad is now in it for next turn.
All right. Over to Rusty. After that will be Stick.
All right, a couple quick questions.
Yep.
So Winnie has 3 wounds, but he also has an ability that says he has -1 wounds, which seems weird.
That's already factored in.
Okay, so he has 3.
Yeah.
Okay, and what does focus do exactly?
It gives you a positive twist on the duel and a positive twist on a damage flip if one comes.
So does it stack? Do you like choose to use it?
Yes, but you wouldn't. Yeah, if you have a way to give yourself multiple, you could spend both and get double positive. But it goes away at the end of your activation, so if you don't use it, it goes away. You lose it.
All right, so I'm trying to figure out if I could. I have a talent that causes my assist action to grant focused instead of the normal effect. So theoretically, I could give Winnie focused and then use my second AP to give him the order action, and then he would have his whole activation.
Yep.
Am I correct?
Yep. Just remember that you can't cheat for Winnie. So whenever Winnie spends the focus, you get a plus, but then you can't. You're just living with whatever you flip.
All right, that sounds good. So I'm gonna use my first AP to use the assist action.
Okay.
Seeing this toad of not terribly larger than us size, seemingly attempting to swallow Crispy whole. I'm gonna say, "Get him in the gut, Winnie." I'm gonna give him focus, and then I'll use the order action to give him a site of activation.
Okay. So the normal effect of assist would be to like in dramatic time or in narrative time would be to add your ranks in something to whatever they're doing. So if you wanted to, if you have any ranks in whatever the type of melee combat when he's using, you could actually, if you're close enough, you could actually add them to his attack. But I'm guessing you don't have that type of skill.
No, I don't have any rank in that. If that's what you mean.
Okay. So now Winnie gets a full activation.
All right, and he can use his first AP to stack a second thing of focus.
He could, but then you can't charge
Why not?
because charge is 2 AP.
He has big charge. He charges for what?
Well, isn't that fancy?
All right, so he's going to double focus, and then he is going to charge at this toad, attempting as best he can to hit him in the gut.
Sweet.
Make him spin him out.
Do it. Target number 9 on 3 cards. That's probably going to do it.
That works.
So that's 15 of RAM.
All right, that will be a double positive on damage. Any trigger on Rams for?
Yeah, actually, hang on. So I, as is standard for pigs, I'm required to use the trigger that I get,
Of course.
and
Is there an upper limit? on
you know what,
hand size,
masks
by the
work.
way?
Yeah, masks is fine. That's cool. All right, yeah. So that's going to be. I
Double
guess you have to reshuffle the deck.
Yeah, it already did, but everybody can draw a card.
Is there an upper limit on hand size, or
5.
okay, cool. I've hit the max then.
So I'm sorry, so the double positive.
Double plus, yep. Everybody make sure you drew your card from the deck cycling.
Do we draw and then discard if we have the max hand size, or how does it work?
If you have 5, you keep them all. If you drew and got a 6, then you have to immediately discard something.
Okay, cool.
Oh wait, I forgot. Hang on, because he moved. Because he moved his full speed. The total there is actually was 23.
Okay,
Oh,
I don't know if that even changes anything, but
one more plus, yep.
there it
That'll
is.
do it. What's severe?
That's going to be 3 damage.
Okay.
And the trigger will say, after succeeding, the target must succeed at a target number 10 acrobatics challenge or be knocked prone. Then this character becomes prone.
Acrobatics, you say. Target number 10?
Correct.
Acrobatics, I assume, is Grace. Could somebody just confirm that for me real quick?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
He fails, so he goes prone.
Alrighty, so Winnie's going to slam into this dude's gut so hard that both him and the toad are knocked on their asses. Now, what does this mean in terms of his second charge attack?
I don't know if being prone stops you from doing melee. Let's
Yeah,
check.
he can still
Yeah,
attack.
I'm wondering if you get like a negative or something.
Nope. It's only against things trying to attack you. You could still attack pro with no problems.
Well, that's sexy as hell.
Peg just goes at it, still laying down.
Well, not only that, but I'm realizing he gets this bonus to the attack both times over. Oh my god!
Yeah, pigs are
Oh.
vicious. This was a
Oh
thing.
my god, yeah.
This
You just gotta
is
keep
why-
him charging.
This is why no one survives long in the bayou.
Exactly, because pigs.
And you think these are bad, you should see the chickens.
I see nothing that stops you from continuing to punch things when you're prone. Let me just run through one more time real quick. Hold on. Nope. Okay, but he's prone now, so you'll get a plus.
Okay,
Another
and with
one.
the focus, of course, he's using his second focus again, so that's going to be.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was giving you the 2 focus on the first attack.
Yeah, focus is used all at once, my dude.
Right.
Oh,
So-
you can't. Oh, look.
Yeah, so
Alright,
this
that's okay.
attack will not be focused, but you'll get a plus to the duel because
Okay,
Yeah,
I thought I could split it across the two.
No.
All right.
No, focus is super weird.
All right, so that's going to be a 12.
all right. So a negative twist for damage, and just note your tomes trigger.
Ooh,
Hey,
okay.
Look
So
at
that'll
that.
be. Oh wait, again, I forgot about the plus.
The plus for for
It's
being
9.
prone is
I'm
only
sorry,
on
it's
the-
actually at 19.
Oh, because of the distance moved, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's so good.
Um,
I'm sorry, so it's actually at 19.
It would have been a straight flip, so I'll just shuffle one of these 8s back in. Okay, what's moderate?
So that'll be another 2 damage. Just trying to think if I want to cheat here.
You can't cheat it.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Can't cheat for winning.
Yeah, you can't cheat for soldiers.
Oh. All right then. Never mind. I'm happy with
Yeah,
that. 2 damage.
that's the balance why you could get like a free big bonus to it. You can't cheat it.
And then the tomes trigger will say after damaging, so after he takes the 2, he receives clamped on +1,
That's
-1
crazy.
walk, -2 charge. He takes a free point of damage at the end of each turn.
It's okay, he's dead.
Okay, well then.
Crispy is free!
You did it, Winnie!
So the skin of this toad peels back as Winnie just mauls it, and slowly you see Crispy just crawl out with like just slime coming off of him and burning his skin slightly. But he struggles to his feet,
Not the gremlin, Woody, not the gremlin.
With the
Just a toad.
discarded corpse of the toad next to him.
I
I'm
can hear
actively trying to prevent
colors.
Winnie from just deciding he can take a bite of you as a part of the
It's a good pig. It's a good pig.
Winnie, as always, overpowered. But that was exciting. Let's go over to Stick.
Okay, here comes probably the funniest thing I'm going to do this entire session.
Oh dear.
Does it involve farting? Because last time you said that it involved farting, and it wasn't quite. It was quite fun.
Yeah, no, this is gonna be magnificent. This is gonna be fantastic. It's gonna be golden.
Gary, you were here for the farting, right?
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna
I was
move.
farted on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move within an inch of this toad, and I'm going to ride it.
Yeah, you are.
Yes. Yeah, you
Yeah, you
are.
are. All right.
So the target, I have to make a husbandry duel. The target number of which is equal to its wounds plus its willpower aspect.
All right. Willpower aspect, you said, yeah?
Yep.
That will be a 10.
Okay. I have a
So-
target number 5.
Just to clarify, I'm not adding my rank value. I'm just doing
Nope,
the number and
it's
static check.
just wounds and
Okay.
and willpower aspect.
Sounds good.
And I have a acting value of 5.
All right. That's probably
That's
going to do it.
16. That's wonderful. I get the margin of success I wanted. This toad is tamed. It is mine.
Okay, you now are the proud owner of a pet toad.
This is yes, this is totally awesome.
Oh, excellent.
Guys, I was worried for a minute, but things seem to be turning in your favor.
Hang on, I'm gonna rename this thing real quick so we know not to kill it. You know what? I have problem getting to my keyboard. Yo, Dice, just name it totally awesome.
Yeah, no. I
Of course.
My vote would have been on Kina, but
Spell
You
it for
don't name
me.
it.
Totally. Toadally.
That's totally awesome.
Yeah. I hate everything about this.
And we love that you hate it.
All right, so it was 1 AP to walk, 1 AP to mount it.
Yeah,
right?
I guess I move them both. I'm sorry. Can you move them back? I did not mean to do that.
I don't think you have another AP, right?
No, I didn't mean to move him. I was just trying to get my token off, but I guess this is fine.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. You have a little sandwich there now. It's good.
Yeah.
I'm picturing Zorietta looking out her window and seeing you mounting the toad and going, huh.
So now you can, Blue, you can make it do actions that it has, right? When you activate?
Yes, I can make
Okay.
it do action it has, and I could use its walk and charge.
Okay. So I'll send you a picture of the abilities that it has. Don't tell anyone until it's relevant, because they
I ain't
wouldn't know.
gonna ruin it for everybody.
Okay, sounds good. With that, we will go over to the remaining toads. So sad. All right.
The one thing I do think is that might be true. I think buckaroos can only have one animal tamed at a time, but I'm not sure about that.
Well, I guess we'll find out if we have to challenge an Ahul in a minute.
Oh.
So toad number 2 is gonna run over. It's a little bit out of range, so it's gonna just kind of saunter up towards you guys, and then it's gonna attack Big Jack. Target number 13.
Right, defense. Defense 5. 12. I think that's a fail against the tongue.
Yep. Target number 13. You want to cheat?
Yeah, I'll drop. I've got an 11. I'll drop that. So,
Okay.
16.
It will miss.
And then I don't have a trigger on that. Yeah. Bloody hell, that's a long range.
The next one will charge up to attack Ernest. Target number 11.
All right. That is a failure. I'm going to cheat in let me check to make sure my triggers are correct on this. I'm going to cheat in, so I needed a 13.
This is an 11.
11, gotcha. I'm going to cheat in a 9 of masks from my hand to get the squeal trigger.
Okay. That's a smart move.
Yep. So I am going to go 1, 2.
Does it miss you? What's your total with the 9?
The total is a 14.
Okay. Yes, it misses you.
I'm going to go there.
All right.
And there, that's that one attack failed.
Yeah, and its second attack fails because it doesn't get to do it.
You're also tripping over Winnie's leash.
I just jumped over it.
Mr. Toad number 5 is going to throw a tongue at Rusty. Target number 13.
That's going to be a 5.
Cheating?
Nope.
All right. Straight flip. That's going to be a whopping 2 damage.
Oh boy, I have that much off. Just barely.
Does that put you to 0?
No. I'm saying I have enough to survive but
Yeah, I was going to say that would be...
probably the most fragile boy in the group.
I was going to say that would make you more fragile than you typically are, which is impressive.
Cool.
All right, and then it's going to throw a tongue at Ernest because you are now close to him, and he doesn't like that.
Okay, so I should
no.
mention Winnie, at the point before I was moved, is currently at like the end of his leash. It's like taut.
Okay.
To whatever extent that might adjust things getting pulled around.
All right, so
Oh, yeah, I
after-
guess you're tied onto it, right? You're not holding it?
Correct.
Yeah.
I need a 13, right?
Yep.
All right, that's a 16.
All right, that will fail. Hey, Crispy gets to go.
I'm assuming he's still prone.
No, you climbed out of the
Oh.
horrible toad and stood up.
Awesome. In that case, he's gonna charge Toad 3.
All right.
Let me see if I can get him to move. So what? Yeah, he's definitely in range.
You want me to move it
So,
for you?
no, I got it.
Okay.
It's yeah, let me beat him in. Yeah, he's in range. All right, and so that's 2 swings. Let me get my.
We'll be back to Dr. Ernest right after this, just so you know.
Thank you.
Crispy toad legs. Now that's done.
The important stuff out of the way.
Yeah.
Target
It's just
number
a straight
9.
flip on a charge, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I will take that. Let me make sure I don't have any. Tell me, I think I have a. Yes, I do. Hold on. I think I actually got a trigger on that. Okay, yeah. He can circle around behind it if he chooses to. But that's fine. Let's just do a
What's your total?
13.
Okay, so negative plus 4 damage.
So
Weak.
4 is a week, so 2.
Okay. And again, target number 9.
9, 10, 11, 12. So this is 12.
So negative again. Any trigger on that?
Yeah, but I don't think he's actually going to circle around.
Okay.
On this one.
Sounds good. With a negative.
8's a
Moderate.
moderate. That's a. Pretty sure it's a 3. Yeah, it's a 3.
All right. So you hit this thing twice, and you hear these little croaks and grunts coming out of it as you batter it. But it stays on its feet for now. Over to Dr. Ernest. After that will be Big Jack.
Nope.
All right. One sec. Let's see what we got here. Well, by the way, I actually looked it up. Squeal works completely different from how I thought it would. I have to take damage for Squeal to work now, apparently.
Well, that's rude.
Yeah. And I also don't get to choose the direction. So both halves of it are completely unlike Squeal in 3rd edition.
Yeah, that's
I
weird.
go 4 inches directly away.
Okay, well, it would have still gotten you out of engagement.
Yeah.
So just put 2 damage on you, and that's same difference.
Sure. Okay. I will. All right. I am at 4 health left. Okay. So I am going to pull out my slingshot and put away my whip, and
Okay.
I'm going to shoot at Toad 3. I think. Let me check.
Toad 3 is engaged.
Sorry, Toad 5 up in the corner.
Okay.
All right. So it's a +2. Here we go.
Target number 9.
That is an 8.
That's less than a 9.
All right. I'll cheat it in a 9 of crows, so that's an 11.
All right. With a negative.
Yep. That is 1 damage.
All right, you hear a little plink as your projectile sand ball bounces off the toad.
All right, and that is my entire activation.
All right, over to Rusty. Or, I'm sorry, Big Jack, and then Rusty will be after that.
Righto.
Just bear in mind you are currently engaged.
This is true. That's Toad 3. That's all right. I will hit it with a hammer, I suppose.
Hammer time it is.
What-
Target number
what
9.
Big Jack does best.
Indeed.
That's a miss, so I'm going to cheat this card in. I have a 13 of masks in my hand.
That's more gooder.
So
13.
That's an 18.
18. Okay, so straight flip.
Oh, that's weak. That's 2 damage. I can cheat this though, right?
You
Yes.
can, but you don't need to because it dies.
Okay, cool.
Man, minimum 2 damage. I miss those days.
Behemoth starts with a free weapon that's worth 10 script or less. I just got a free rail hammer.
Very good. You
I
got
have
one more
the big
AP.
one. I do, yes. I missed 3rd edition Malifaux when charge was 1 AP.
Same.
You
You could be a pig, and then it's 1.
Sure. Move to about.
You could try tricking it. You could run over and engage it. Oh, okay, there you go.
There we go. About there. So if it's got a 1-inch melee, it's probably.
It has a 2-inch melee.
Okay, well, we have the same melee range then.
All right. So we are over to Rusty. After that will be Stick.
All right, so quick question. There isn't any like inherent way to use a skill like husbandry, right? It's
Nope.
just like a reaction to trying certain things.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to take a defensive stand.
Okay, you got to discard a card for that.
All right, I will discard this 1 over him. And then with my shields, that's +2, I guess.
Yeah, so you get defensive 2. If you get attacked, you get double plus.
Okay. Another quick question. So when he has Setter off, the standard pig ability, he checks if he's in combat, or if not, he's checking for an ally within 2 that does not have that ability.
Right.
Right now, it doesn't matter. I'm so fortunate that Ernest fled over into his direction. Otherwise, he'd be charging one of our guys. But it says at the start of his turn, and I guess he's not inherently doing anything if I'm not giving him an order action. So how does that work?
Yeah, so he just doesn't even get an action if you. He doesn't get an activation if you don't give him an order. So you
So
can
it
just
wouldn't
choose
work.
to
It wouldn't be an issue if I just don't do it.
Right. Well, it would be an issue if like you wanted to give him an order to go charge something else, but there was someone closer and he was too far away. But
Right.
but you can just choose not to. Yeah.
Okay. And then with my remaining action, I'm going to give Winnie the order action.
Okay. Winnie is prone, so what is he gonna do?
He will. So it's 1 action to stand up.
Yeah.
All right. He will stand up, and then we are going to. Oh man, he's so close.
Does that factor in his melee range?
Yeah.
Does he have 0 melee?
No, it's 1, but that's his charge plus his range. I a part of me wants to argue that when the toad pulled me because of his leash setup, he should have gotten that little nudge. I guess
Winnie's already the MVP of this combat, so I'm not allowing it.
All right, that's more than fair. Can he? I guess he can just walk. Wait, he can walk charge then, right?
Well, you spent.
Also, does that mean that he can charge? He charges for 1 AP. Does that mean he can charge? Is there a rule that prevents you from charging more than 1?
Yes.
Okay, so even if he wanted to, he can double charge. Okay, so I guess I can have him walk and then charge though.
Well, you already spent 1 action, so that's.
Oh, you're right. There's already had to stand up. Damn.
That trigger.
And focused ends at the end of the activation. That doesn't feel good.
You could go defensive, protect himself.
Yeah, but then I'd have to
Actually,
discard
no.
a card.
He can't go
yeah.
defensive because you have to discard a card for that, and he can't spend.
Wait,
one.
hold up. There's nothing saying.
Oh, that sucks. I didn't even consider that.
Hang on, I'm reading charge now. The only thing stop you is the fact that normally it would cost 2 AP.
Oh, that's interesting, actually. Yeah, I guess there may not have been a rule against it. In 3rd edition, there's a rule that says you can't charge more than once.
Well, that's what I was asking.
Right,
Because he
yes.
charges for 1.
Yeah, 2nd edition, it was like,
Theoretically,
oh,
he could do it twice.
Yeah.
Okay, well, either way, he's just going to. Yeah, we'll chase it with a walk. His speed is 3.
Oh, does he just have like way longer charge than walk?
Yeah, he walks. He walks 3. He charges 7.
Oh, jeez.
Oh yeah, he likes to charge. That's
And then you add the amount you walk to
yes,
when you attack.
to all of his attacks.
It's hard to use the pigs, but when you do it effectively, it's extremely good.
Well, and I mean, unless we're mistaken, he can double charge. He could charge Toad 1, kill it, and then use his second AP for another 2 attacks.
Well, I think he's also got triggers that move them, so theoretically you can use that to chain the charge.
He also has a whole bunch of triggers. Yeah. Oh my
Yeah, as
god.
long as he's not engaged or can't reach the target. That's his only
And also,
stipulation.
this is just one. I mean, as I get more ranks in this ability, you could have like 3 or 4 of these guys.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to order them all because it's still 1 per, but there's skills that buff that too. So.
Well, that's when you hire. You got to hire a second, hand.
There you go. Over to Stick, and then it will be the bad guys, and then Crispy.
All right. What's the charge on the Toad?
Charge on a Toad is a 6.
Okay, that's not gonna reach with the aura with the range. Okay. Does he have any talents I should know of that affect walking or charging?
He does not.
Okay. Well, I guess he's first AP. He's going to leap.
Yep.
So just place him anywhere within 6 inches.
Yep. It does have to be wholly within because you're just getting a move, effectively.
Yep. So right about there. Yeah, I'm gonna discard a 1 of Rams to go defensive.
All right, you're not going to try to tongue the Toad?
Nope. I'm gonna wait for him to try to tongue me or get closer.
You jumped off of Totally Awesome. He follows. All right, the Toads are up. Toad number 2 is going to attack Big Jack in a weak and impotent manner because he is absolutely hammered to shit. Target number 11.
11 plus 5. Nope. That's 7, so it's still negative. Yeah, I can't really do anything better than that. So
All right. That is 2 damage.
Down to 1 for armor.
Okay. And we'll do it again. Target number 11.
11 plus 5. That's 11 on the dot.
That will still hit.
So
So
no, I literally can't do any better than that.
all right, 2 again. Plink, plink.
Another 1 for armor.
Good old armor.
Mm-hmm.
And Toad number 5 is going to charge at Rusty. Target number 11. And you get a double positive.
Okay, that's Red Joker. Unfortunately, I don't have any triggers here.
All right, but we're going to do it again. Target number 11. Another double positive.
15.
Yep, that'll do it. Okay.
Good old barrel lid.
That's it. He just
Good
tries
for
to
pigs,
fight
good
you,
for
and
Toad.
you just block with a little garbage pail lid. You hear the rattling sound as the tin gets dented a little bit otherwise.
I'm going full on Leonidas over here.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we're up to Crispy and then back to Dr. Ernest.
Right?
Yep, he's gonna go ahead and charge the pretty much dead Toad and hopefully finish it off.
All right. Target number 9. Once you're there.
That's a 10.
With a negative.
That's still 2 damage.
All right, he does.
And he goes splat. Okay, that's pretty much me done.
All right. You will stand over it victoriously for your next AP.
I mean,
over to Dr.
can't
Ernest
do
and then
anything
Big Jack.
else. So, well, I guess I could walk, can't I?
No, you have to spend both your. If you
2,
charge,
yeah,
you have
2
to use
2
both.
AP. Right, never mind.
All right. Ernest is there with a 9. What does he have range to? Not an awful lot. So he's going to do his movement, which is walk 5. And I'm just going to put up the R real quick. And he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That quite. Let's see. I just go. Oh, Totally Awesome's a friend. Okay. And go 1, 2, 3. Is anyone engaging Toad 3?
He's engaging Rusty.
Okay. Shoot. You know what? We'll see how this goes. I'm gonna go over here and stop there, and I'm just gonna shoot my slingshot at Toad 3.
Okay.
And so I'll randomize between 2.
Yep.
So I'll do one for the Toad. It's a 12, of course. And then one for Rusty, who gets a 5.
Seems bad.
Damn it. I have a 6 in my hand. All right. Well, I don't want to hit
This
Rusty.
means you would perform the attack.
Yeah, I would.
Would I still
perform the
benefit
attack
from
again
double
Rusty.
defense?
Yes.
So you're probably not going to hit me.
Yeah. So I'm going to double negative for this, or do I flip and then he has to flip against me?
Yeah, no, it's opposed duel, so.
Okay. So I'll flip against Rusty. That is a 9.
So I'll flip 3, Rusty.
Oh no!
Bro, I really enjoyed having 2 eyes.
You're facing away from me. I'll hit you in the back of the head if anything else.
That's the downside to being double defensive.
Yeah.
You
What
will
is
be back.
what is your defense?
2.
Okay, so you're at a 2 versus one. So I'm at a neutral flip.
Yep.
That's even worse because now you can't choose the worst.
Yep. That is moderate for 2.
Okay, so I am at 0.
Wonderful. So you're going to take a target number 10 toughness check to see if you stay on your feet and awake.
Okay, so toughness is a -2. Oh, it's an 11.
Wow. Okay. Pretty
Well
good.
done.
You're sticking in there.
When I hit you in the back of the head, I say, "Oops, sorry about that."
Let me
What
get
the
you,
fuck?
let me get you a nice critical effect. We'll see.
Wait,
how
is it like a
sorry-
rock? Like what is the ammo for
Just
that?
a rock.
No. It's not a good critical
So-
effect. What do you have protected on any suits? Strixon?
No, my only armor is the barrel lid and the gloves. Oh, I guess gloves protected crows. I don't really know if that's what you mean.
It's important there because that's a crow.
Yep. Okay. So you will ignore the critical effect.
What was it? I'm curious.
It would have given you a negative to social deals because you would have had an ugly wound on your hands. So he hit you in the hand.
Oh no, good socially. Ooh.
It would have been funny though. Okay, so that is at the end for
That is all Ernest can do. Is
All right.
hurt his teammate.
Big Jack, and then we'll see if Rusty can get out of the line of fire.
Let me check.
Big Jack
something.
is down to 3.
Oh, shouldn't be. It should be on 4.
Didn't you take? You had 5 before, and you took 2 more damage.
He was using it
Oh,
to
yeah,
track
yeah,
how much
yeah.
health he had left.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm down to 3. Right. Okay, there's no way I'm getting into range with that. These other toads around the edge, do they look like they're about to get into the fight as well, or?
They look like they are more or less ignoring you.
Okay, cool.
Well, that's unacceptable. Go smack him.
I'd rather not fight more toads.
If everybody's
Alright.
got another 4 or 5 hours, then definitely go smack them. Otherwise, maybe avoid them.
Yeah, let's avoid them.
Like, whoa.
I would like to eat dinner eventually.
It's fine.
Can't quite fit between the others there, so I'll walk to there. Or can you move through allies?
You cannot. Is that a
I'll
double
walk
walk?
to there then. Yeah, double walk.
All right. Very exciting. Rusty's up, then Stick.
Yeah, I'm assuming that you have to be able to. Oh well, it's 2 AP to charge. You can only double walk.
So I could walk,
Are the-
charge, Ernest with
Are
Winnie.
the what was that?
I'm gonna have Winnie walk, charge, Ernest.
Oh,
Yeah.
Boy.
It's only I mean, he just attacked me. I mean, it's
That's
only...
true.
Yep.
Okay, so Toad 5 is so charge is any straight line, I assume.
I'm gonna do your assist order deal again.
No, I don't think it's worth it, given that I can't split the focus. That's really what I thought made the play. Yeah, I think I'm just going to discard another card. Keep that defensive stance I've got going. That seems to be working. And then I'm going to give Winnie the order action. And then Winnie is going to charge. Can't quite get the full 7 for the bonus, but 6 is good enough.
Oh, you're only going to have an acting value of like 13.
Exactly, yeah, come on.
Target number 9. Let's see if you can do it.
Fuck, what's the hotkey to just get rid of all the auras?
I don't know. We're going to delete
It'll
all the
play
models
eight.
in a minute. It's fine. If you can severe him twice, we can be done.
Okay, so he's at a base AV of 3, so that's 9.
So you can't miss.
And this is with a positive because of the focus.
Yep.
Or actually, no, I guess I should. Yeah, no, so I'm going to have him focus and then charge.
Okay.
All right, so that's an 18 of mass.
Yup. That'll be a positive flip with the focus, and everybody can draw a card. We're milling this deck.
I play blue. I'm used to it.
Oof, that's disappointing. That's going to be 2 damage.
All right. What's their damage track? 2, 3, 4?
1, 2, 3.
Oh, but that's weak. Shouldn't it be 1?
Oh, did I say 2? I'm sorry. It is 1.
Yeah.
And then tomes, right? That's what that was. No, it was masks. I'm sorry, it was masks.
Masks.
So once again, this is the bold over. So Winnie will end up prone regardless, and the toad needs to make a target number 10 acrobatics check,
It
or
fails.
be knocked prone as well.
It fails.
Alrighty then. We once again are going to see Winnie just charge at this thing full force, not even trying to bite it, just going for the full momentum. You know how effective it was on the first toad. He knows what he's doing.
Yep.
And he's just going to bowl him over again and just join him on the floor.
All right.
Yeah,
Target
Winnie.
number 9 with a plus again for the prone.
Wait, why is it a plus?
Because he's prone now.
Oh, that's right. So that's going to be a 15.
Straight flip.
Okay, that's 2 damage.
All right.
And Stampede. Oh, this is weird. It's going to have me declare a charge, but I'm prone. How the hell does that work?
You move
Maybe
half.
it's
You
actually
can't.
fail then.
Yeah.
Okay, so the trigger just won't happen.
Is there
That is for the best, because he was going to charge... He's got to charge one of you boys.
Sounds fair. You should have charged Ernest.
Actually, he was going to charge Ernest. How fitting that. Got yourself lucky.
Is there any other effect of the trigger, or it's just charge?
I'll just read it out. After damaging, he must declare a charge. That's it. Yeah, I mean, if the charge doesn't do anything, that'll be it.
Okay. All right. So then we are over to Stick. After that will be this toad if he's alive, and then Crispy.
Alrighty. I'm gonna have totally awesome here. I'm gonna charge Toad 5.
Wow, toad on toad violence.
Absolutely toad on toad violence.
Total carnage.
Alright,
Yes.
Target
what's
number
the target
9.
number for its defense?
9.
9. I have a 10.
With
And
a
I
negative.
got that crow's trigger.
You're gonna swallow the toad with the toad? That's against
Is it
the
height
rules.
2 or smaller? Then yes,
no.
I am.
No, it does have to be smaller.
Cannibalism.
Good point. You cannot do
No,
it.
height 2 or smaller.
It is height 3.
They're height 3?
Yeah.
Okay, damn, alright. Alright, well, I'll take the negative, I guess.
Yep.
Well, that's 2 damage.
And again, target number 9.
Yeah. Yes, I can cheat this, actually. I'm gonna cheat with the 5 of Rams.
Okay.
So I'm at a negative. Well,
Ugh.
that's no damage. Goodbye.
Damn it.
Because
Got one health left. Just kill it. All right.
it's very simple, Dice. You know what you must do? You must take the Black Joker out of the deck.
Yeah, I could do that, or not. I could put a second Black Joker in the deck. That'd be more fun.
No, let's not do that.
Then
Oh.
don't complain
Don't do
when we
anything
can't
hasty.
kill the toad.
All right. Well, that toad is going to respond in kind, and it's going to do reverse toad on toad violence and attack you. How does it work if something attacks you? Does it attack you, or does it attack your mount, or does it get to choose?
Yeah, well, it specifically has to say if it's attacking me or the toad.
Oh. It's not smart enough to know the difference, so it's just going to attack the toad.
Alright, what's the toad's
Target number 11.
Well, I don't flip for the toad. What's the toad's defense with rank?
Oh, so you only flip for it when it's on your turn?
It attacks. And
Gotcha.
that's not even and I'm the one technically taking the action. For all the
Right.
defensive stuff, it's normal.
Yeah, it's still a pet. Okay. It hits with a negative.
Shit.
I might kill your toad.
Uh-oh.
That is
Toad.
4 damage,
Yeah.
and that's gonna be a critical effect. Severe critical effect. It's got a broken bone in its head.
Oh no.
It suffers a negative to mental challenges. I don't think that toad's gonna do any mental challenges, but we're gonna hit it again. Negative twist. Your toad is down to 1 health, sir. Oh no, I'm sorry. Your toad is unconscious. I apologize. That is 7. So.
Oh, you can't make the unconscious tool?
Actually, is it resilience? Right?
Yeah, it's resilience.
Yeah, no, they fell. 1 shy. Well, it certainly served its purpose. That's all I'll say.
Well,
Crispy.
it's not dead, and I'm taking it with me before we go.
Crispy's up. Then Dr. Ernest, if it's not dead yet.
Let's see. And he
Throw a
reaches.
pebble at it. Do something. You just got to hit for 1.
No. It'll be in range. That's a charge.
Excellent. Target number 9.
Works. 12, 13, 14.
All right, with a negative.
Oh, still 2.
Wonderful.
It still dies.
It did. All right, everybody can close out the map. Discard as many cards you like, and then draw until you have 3. The toad croaks weakly as it collapses onto its side, its small legs twitching sporadically as its tongue lolls out of its open mouth. As it falls, however, the other toads around you begin to close in, forcing you into the corner of an increasingly shrinking circle of safety. Just as things look bleak, the toads suddenly become distracted by something you can't see. A moment later, a small, stuffed pig bursts into the clearing, forcing the toads backwards in confusion. A puppet with long dark hair is perched on its back, and as the stuffed pig darts past one of the toads, the puppet slashes out, cutting the toad cleanly in half with a long kitchen knife that serves as her hand. The stuffed pig comes to an abrupt stop as it reaches you, sending the murderous puppet on its back tumbling into the air. It lands gracefully in front of you, its green and yellow robes fluttering dramatically to arrest around it. It pauses as if expecting you to applaud its amazing rescue and acrobatic display. And then it immediately gestures to the stuffed pig it just dismounted, as if to suggest you get on it.
All right. I'm going to shrug and hop on the pig.
Hold on. Can I try to use a husbandry check here to try to do something about my toad?
The one that just fell out from under you?
Yes, I want to help him. I have a trigger that heals if that helps.
There are toads there are more toads than you just defeated that are getting closer and closer to you as you're.
There ain't no time for any of that. We gotta go.
You guys can see that too. And it gets on the stuff pig.
I mean, you can't just lift it up. I'm wondering.
Lift what up?
The toad. If he wants to bring it with him, I guess.
I mean, it's bigger than you are, but you could try. But
Well,
again,
honestly, that was more of a question than anything. I don't have a perfect sense of like the mass of these things.
they're size 3 in shrunken form, so.
They're like size 0 in in regular
Well,
size.
yeah, I guess it'd be 1 just because you'd have to round up to something, but they're bigger than you in this.
Okay, maybe not.
They probably shouldn't have been on 30 mil bases, but whatever.
That's kind of what I was wondering. Maybe they should have been on larger bases. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pick up Winnie. I'm gonna scoop him up, and then I'm gonna cautiously climb onto the back of this thing. And when you say stuffed pig, you're talking about an undead pig with like dynamite in it.
No, it is a puppet pig.
Oh, so it's not actually like organic. It's like a
Correct.
stitched. Oh, interesting.
Actually, it could mean a stuffed pig properly. That would be strange.
That's just the terminology that I've come
Yeah,
to.
I hadn't
associate
considered
with.
that. I assumed it was a puppet pig, but it does say stuffed pig, so maybe it means a piglet. No, it's got to be a puppet pig. That wouldn't make any sense. It's
Is
just a
it
pig.
capitalized?
No.
Because that would be the proper name of the undead pig, but
It is not capitalized, but I don't
so no,
think
it's totally a puppet.
Yeah, I would assume it's a puppet.
Stick will take a deep sigh with tears in his eyes. Hug the phone one last time, then jump on top of the piglet.
Okay. So does
Yeah, Rusty's
everybody?
gonna trust the sense of the pig mount.
So as everybody climbs on top, the puppet in the robes, hops on top and punches the pig in the back of the head, and it trots off very quickly, running past the crowd of toads that are closing in, back towards Zarada's hut. And as it goes, I dropped a picture of the puppet in the Defective Dreadful Strat if you would like to get a look at who your savior is here. And as it flies off into the distance, its ponytail flaps in the breeze and smacks you guys in the face annoyingly as some of you are in a bit of pain from the combat you just resolved there. And as you get closer to Zarada's hut, you can see another puppet in the distance. This one is hunched over in the same manner as Zarada was. And it's got a rope dangling outside of a window, kind of a bunch of handkerchiefs that are tied together end to end. And when the pig gets to the base of the hut, she's going to dismount the pig and motion to this chain of handkerchiefs that are hanging down, as if to suggest you should climb it.
I'm gonna listen to the puppet lady that saved us from the toads.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I'm gonna do that too.
Yeah, I'm gonna climb.
Up they go.
All right, so I
Yep.
need everybody to give me a target number 8 athletics check to see if you can climb effectively. Let's start with Gary.
Target number 8, athletics. Ooh,
Indeed.
let's see. Athletics, huh? Had to be athletics. Done it.
did.
That is a 6.
Oh,
Less than an 8.
All right. I'll cheat in a 12 of masks I've had in my hand. All right.
All right. So Dr. Ernest runs over to this makeshift rope, starts climbing, and the chaos and the fear of what's going on behind him motivates him quite effectively, and he scurries his way up. How about Stick?
Well,
Target number 8
Stick's not
athletics.
very strong when it comes to doing things, so this is also at a -2. There we go.
Didn't care. Stick is upset about losing his toad friend, but
I may not feel fear, but I can feel sad.
you can feel sad, but you can also feel that it is quite prudent to continue up here to try to figure out what the hell is going on now that you are
I
all
can't go
puppet
back
tied.
to get him if I'm dead.
That's true. That is how that works. So let's go to Crispy Spanner.
That's an 11.
All
He
right.
just sort of monkeys his way right up.
He's comfortable in this type of situation and climbs up without much issue. How about Big Jack? He's the strong man. Let's see what he can do on a rope.
he is only at +2, but I got not 12.
All right, that'll do it. And Rusty bringing up the rear.
So I'm trying to figure out how to do this with Winnie. I mean, I guess I could try to get him to like stand on my back or something.
I'm gonna say that as you go to mount the rope, Misaki puppet comes over and grabs Winnie gently by the like harness that's around his torso and she hooks it over her blade arm as she like motions like she's gonna climb up behind you.
Okay, perfect. She knows what's up. It's a fellow pig lover.
Exactly.
All right. Then I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and attempt. What was the target again?
Target number 8, athletics.
That'll be a 9.
Excellent. Okay, so you all make it to the top of this windowsill, and Misaki also had tied the end of this rope to the stuffed pig, and will drag it up behind her as you all reach the top.
I will assist if need be.
Yeah, it's not too much of a struggle, but she appreciates the assistance nonetheless. As you're waiting for the other puppet to pull its dark-haired peer and her riding pig up to the windowsill, you're able to catch sight of the swamp witch, now seemingly a giant, fiddling around with the contents of her cauldron on the other side of the room. She seems quite amused by your apparent end, and every so often she chuckles softly to herself as she tosses severed chicken feet into her bubbling stew. Once the dark-haired puppet has joined you, it bows, then motions for you to follow the swamp witch puppet. The hunched witch immediately hops down onto the table beside the windowsill and starts making her way towards a large stack of old, musty books. So she leads you over to what looks like a fort made out of books. And there's a mortar and pestle that are in, normal scale. So they're quite large. But they're propped up in front of the fort. And the swamp witch puppet motions for you to go inside.
I'm going to shrug and go, I guess so. If
Good
there's
luck.
any hope of getting out of
I'm
this,
sorry.
we're going this way.
Correction. It doesn't. So she motions for you to approach the mortar and pestle, not to go inside the fort.
Oh, okay.
And as you get close, she's going to start miming, eating, like scooping up some of the. There's like a grainy blue paste inside of the mortar and pestle, and she's going to kind of mime scooping some of it up and then putting it towards her face. And then
Crispy's just gonna go for it because he's hungry after smashing toads.
And then she spreads her arms out up in the air as if to mimic that you get larger.
All right. Well, I'll eat some of the gritty powder.
Okay, so
nothing to lose at this point. So yeah, sure.
As soon as you go, so you scoop it up out of the thing at the same time, side by side, and as soon as you go to put it towards your mouth, she's gonna slap you, like pretty forcefully, and then she's gonna motion towards Zoraida, who is sitting right across the room from you, and then she's gonna motion across her neck as if to say, "Death."
Oh, right. Crispy's gonna put, the grainy goop into his frying pan because it's a nice way to carry it, even though it's covered in toad guts.
So as if to make sure that everybody understands, she's going to point frantically at the substance again, and then she's going to point back at the window you just came through.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Grab a bit and make her way to the window.
Yep.
So as you all make your way back towards the window, the dark-haired puppet is going to approach you again, dragging a rolled-up piece of paper behind her. And she's going to get your attention and then point at the piece of paper. And then she's going to kind of walk across it and kind of run around in a circle to flatten out the piece of paper so that you can see.
Okay. What's on the piece of paper?
Yeah, what's on the paper?
So you look and you see that written in crayon is what appears to be a map. It's got a large house on one side that looks roughly like Zoraida's hut, with a path through the bayou that leads to some sort of structure that looks like large spider legs sticking up out of the ground, with a scary alligator drawing next to it.
Well, I'm going to shake the rough approximation of a hand on the puppet and say, I cannot thank you enough for all of your assistance.
She's just going to emphatically shake her head.
Is there any chance that any of them actually recognize the spider leg thing, or are they just staring at this crayon drawing like, well, it's a map?
I'll say if you get a good look at it, you'll be able to get a good sense of where you need to go to get there.
Okay.
Without too much trouble, but you don't necessarily recognize what it's supposed to be.
Fair enough.
But it clearly indicates that what you're looking for is there, which is the scary alligator drawing.
Right.
Unless any of you have a background that you think your character would know what Kythera was.
Almost certainly not.
No, absolutely not.
Nope.
All right.
Well,
so you
cradling his frying pan, off they go.
All right. So you head back outside, and following the puppet's directions, you each ingest a bit of this strange-looking substance. Your head spins as you ingest the strange substance, and as it settles in your stomach, you can't help but wince in pain. For a moment, you wonder if perhaps the puppets have poisoned you, but when you turn around to confront them, you find that you're back to your full height. The dark-haired puppet and the one that looks like the swamp witch both rush to the windowsill, jumping up and down in excitement. Unfortunately, they're standing a bit too close to each other, and during a particularly enthusiastic leap, the dark-haired puppet's knife hand comes a bit too close to the swamp witch puppet and ends up decapitating her. The Swamp Witch puppet's head falls to the ground, prompting it to wobble a little bit before falling over onto its back. The dark-haired puppet jumps up in surprise, looks around to see whether any of the other puppets were watching, and then quickly darts back into the shack.
Did the puppet fall outside?
No.
No, okay.
All right. Well, if that's the case, I'm going to say, I'd say let's go while the getting's good, so Zarata don't catch us again.
Yeah,
Let's
get
sounds
this like
good.
twice.
Let's go.
Hang
Off
on,
they go.
I'm gonna get my toad.
How much of that green powder do I need to feed Winnie to get him to like Gracie size?
It just puts you back to normal, unfortunately. It's not a grow powder. It's just a undo the curse powder.
Now, what's the point then?
But real talk here, Dice. Can I get my pig? Not a pig, my toad.
You can go over and find where the fight took place, and you can find a couple of toads laying on their backs in various states of...
I know which one totally is. I know which one he is.
Of course you do. Yes, you can go get your toad. As you follow the crudely drawn map, you pass through more than a few strange groves of twisted trees, or past an oddly shaped rock, only to glance back over your shoulder and notice that the landmarks have vanished behind you. After 4 days of traveling, you finally push forward through a patch of scratchy bushes late in the evening to find yourself standing on a mossy hill overlooking a wide, sunken marsh of black, brackish water. Broken spires rise up from the water in multiple places, hinting at the ruins of a colossal structure just below the marsh's surface. A large mound rises up from the water about 100 feet from the shore, and as the clouds overhead pull back from the brighter of the two moons, you realize that the mound is composed entirely of rotten bones. To the right, a few hundred feet away, you can see what looks like a village of gremlins. The light from their lanterns and campfires spills past their huts and shacks in an eerie manner, and you can't help but think that the shadows look a little bit too long and a little bit too dark.
Oh boy.
This is giving me the creeps.
What nightmare situation has we gotten ourselves into this time?
Well, it's about like being in Zarata's hut again. Maybe we should avoid that there village.
Mm. Well, I'm torn because Ernest, number one, wants to avoid danger, and number two, wants to sell his salt lamp supply. And that is a village of gremlin.
Also, I'm at 0 health, so I'm kind of concerned about
Oh no, it's been a couple
engaging
days.
in combat.
Yeah, everybody heals to full in the and it takes 4 days to get here, so you've healed.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
All the way to full. We won't even do flips for that. It's just waste cards.
Well, you can see the big spider leg type pile, or maybe I missed something.
Yeah, we can all see it.
Okay, yeah. Well, that looks like where the scary gator's supposed to be. Can we
At least
just
by the
go
drawing.
around the village?
So just to clarify, so the large spider structure is kind of in the background. The things that you're looking at here are to the left. There's the pile in sort of like in the middle of this lake. There's a island of bones that are kind of in a mound, and then to the right is the gremlin village. You can go to either one. You don't have to like avoid. You have to go around one to get to the other.
Well, that's a lot of remains in the lake, and gators live in water. Maybe the boss's gun's over there.
Dad always said never go in water you can see bones in.
Well, I think we might be expeditious of us to go on and check out that village, much as it pains me to visit such a dangerous and unpleasant looking territory.
All right. I mean, he's got the pig to drive him there, so.
To the right, a few hundred feet away, you can see what looks like a village of gremlins. The light from their lanterns and campfires spills past their huts and shacks in an eerie manner, and you can't help but think that the shadows look a little bit too long and a little bit too dark.
I bet the people in this town sure don't have themselves a Himalayan salt lamp.
I bet they don't. And I bet if you try to sell them one, they'll kill you afterwards because it's not going to work.
Oh, well, absolutely. Ernest is just going to roll up the cart with everyone in it and pull out his little stool and set it in the ooze next to the town and he stands on it, and it immediately sinks into the ooze, so he is the same height as he was before he stood on that stool. And then he is going to call out to the village, I have here some premium Himalayan salt lamps for sale real cheap out here.
As you make your way towards the village, a shout goes up as you're spotted by a gremlin with a banjo. The entire village bursts into activity as they grab bows and axes fashioned from black metal and rush to defend themselves against what they obviously believe is some sort of an attack or assault. When they realize that you're not coming in guns blazing, a gremlin wearing a mask made from half a skull and a bunch of painted chicken feathers steps forward and raises his hand in the air. These are the lands of the Gatro, he warns, wiggling his fingers as he stands on his tippy toes to appear taller. Why have you risked certain doom by coming here?
We've come here to sell you Himalayan salt lamps. And also to deal with the big old gator what might live in the swamp nearby.
Himalayan, what's it now?
A Himalayan salt lamp made from only the premium Himalayan pink salt from the Himalayas of Earth, guaranteed to provide all sorts of magical enchantments for your auras and chakras.
He's going to look around very confused at a few of your companions, and then also he'll look over his shoulder at some of the other gremlins from the village who are wielding their weapons. And then he will give you a very confused look. Now, you wouldn't happen to be one of them city folk dressed in a gremlin costume, would you? Because you're talking all sorts of nonsense.
I believe you're talking about my incredible dictionary of words, but in fact, I am simply a doctor, a licensed medical professional of the gremlin facility types.
So as you explain that to him, you see like a little realization on his face as he sort of starts to believe what you're saying. It's not the craziest story he's heard this week. And he'll get a little bit closer to you. And what did you say about that there gator what haunts these swamps? What do you know about Bash?
Well, we was told that we had to find and what's the right word? Neutralize him for the purposes of retrieving a hand what's been stuck in his craw, medically speaking.
When you say that you're there to fight to neutralize him, he's gonna give a chuckle. Well, you're either very brave or extremely stupid, but why don't you come inside and we'll have ourselves a nice meal. And he's gonna give a little hand signal, and the rest of the gremlins will lower their weapons.
All right. I'm going to rub my hands and say, oh, well, yes, we certainly are one of them things, you said.
So he's going to lead you into the village, and you see a whole bunch of other gremlins, also, many of them also dressed quite strangely, even by gremlin standards. Similar with these sort of bone and painted feathers and all sorts of strange ornaments. And they are all preparing what looks like a large feast at a long table near the center of the village. And it appears that they're also preparing something else off to the side near the water, but it's not exactly clear what it is. But he will lead you to the table and then motion to a seat for each of you.
Okay. I sit down.
So after everybody takes their seat, several of the other gremlins are going to bring out a platter with a gator, a roasted gator on the platter with all sorts of other side dishes and yummy looking things by gremlin standards at least. The smell of roasting gator is enough to cause a rumble of hunger in your gut, but soon the meat is cooked and placed in front of you. Stick and Rusty are given large racks of juicy ribs, while Big Jack and Dr. Ernest have thick, juicy steaks brought to them. And Big Jack is given the dubious honor of getting the gator's cooked head. Its eyes have burned away and its teeth are still intact, but as you stare at it, one of the cooks saws its skull open, revealing the steaming brains nestled inside its skull like a bowl of hot pudding. Another gremlin goes from one of you to the other, filling empty skulls with moonshine, much of which quickly starts to drain out of the eye sockets. The masked gremlin hovers eagerly nearby. Eat! Drink! You're wasting good moonshine!
I immediately pick up the skull and try to awkwardly put the eye socket to my lip and just try to slurp at the dripping out moonshine so as not to waste it. But I mostly just get it all over my face and mustache.
So you're a slob just like the rest of them. Perfect.
I'm a gremlin. What are you expecting?
So everybody starts chowing down, and you see several of the other gremlins doing the same, including the masked gremlin. And you find that this gator is pretty tasty. You've all had gator before, certainly, because you're gremlins. But this is a particularly well cooked meal, and there's plenty of food for you all to gorge yourselves on.
This is lovely, but in the very back of my brain, I'm gonna do my best not to show it, but I can tell this is a suspicious amount of food to be handed out to random people who just came across your village. And,
So soon, as if to answer your question, you notice the masked gremlin will stand up and kind of head to the end of the table and address the entire group. The masked gremlin lowers his voice as he begins telling the story. Long ago, before the breach and before the humans and before the tyrants, there was a tiny gator no bigger than my hand. Though it was so small, its appetite was larger than any other of its kind. It tried eating bigger gators and giant chickens and even gremlins, but every one of them shook the tiny gator off and laughed at its useless attempts to bite them. The rest of the Goutreaux are silent by this point, caught up in what is most likely a frequently told story. As Bash grew older, though, it grew bigger and bigger, until it was swallowing its prey with one big gulp after another. Its hunger attracted dark spirits, but when they attempted to possess Bash, it just swallowed them up too. The masked gremlin shivers, and murmurs of discontent pass through the crowd. Now Bash has become the spirit of unchecked hunger. We feeds him to keep him quiet, but it only makes Bash stronger, and soon he'll rise up and get you. The masked gremlin jumps forward as he says the last word, startling the rest of the group.
I'm startled as well. I go, eh! And I do a little jump in my seat.
I'm gonna say that several people spill even more of the moonshine that was actually staying in the skulls, and a few people actually have a spit take. But otherwise, it's relatively. It seems like this is some sort of practiced event. So I'll say that it appears that this is some sort of ritual that they're performing, and you notice that there is a bloody trail that leads off onto a platform that overlooks the water. And it seems logical to assume that, based on what he just told you, these gremlins have been making offerings to Bash by tossing food into the lake in hopes that he will avoid eating any of their family members.
Okay. I'm gonna wait until the speech is finished, and then I'm gonna politely raise my hand like a timid schoolboy and say, "Excuse me, sir. I don't think I ever caught your appellation."
I'm assuming you're asking for his name.
Yeah. If I was a normal person, I would ask his name, but considering that I'm Dr. Ernest Jebsen, I have to use big words.
I don't think he has a name. I'm curious if this is supposed to be Ezekiel.
Oh, that
But
would be cool if it was Ezekiel, because he
I
is
mean,
wearing
it
a
kind of
robe.
describes him like Ezekiel a little bit, but it doesn't tell you that explicitly, so I don't know.
I think they, it's like 50-50 because like maybe just wearing skulls is just all the rage amongst Gautreaux, because I think they almost guarantee would have told you if this was Ezekiel head of all Gautreaux.
Well, here's the thing. This is actually kind of an old one-shot, so it's possible that
Oh,
this was written before he had a name, and then they named him later and never
that's entirely
clarified that.
possible.
Yeah. Um, he's not going to tell you his name because we're going to put a pin in that
Hmm.
for now. But at that point, the masked gremlin is going to wait for everybody to finish their feast, have a drink, because secretly he expects this to be your last meal. And then he is going to lead you down to the shore next to that platform, and he is going to offer you a small boat with an oar. And he's going to suggest that if you would like to encounter the creature, then you can row out to the bone pile. And Beish is usually that's kind of his stomping ground. So if If you're looking to either be eaten or fight him, that'd be the way to go.
Okay. Let's see. I thank him. I say, well, I thank you just so much for this pretty little boat. And then I turn and I'm going to try to put my entire cart with all my Himalayan salt lamps and cucumber in the boat. And let's see if I can fit everything in.
So he's going to watch you kind of awkwardly try to get everything into one boat. And as everyone else kind of stands there realizing that there's not enough room, he's going to motion for one of his companions. And after a moment, you're going to hear a scraping sound as another gremlin drags a similar boat from behind one of their buildings and leads, and he kind of drags it up to the shore, and puts it halfway in the water. And the masked gremlin is going to motion to the rest of the group and suggest that they use the other boat on account of the giant pig is taking up most of the first boat.
Well, I cannot fathom the depths of your generosity. And I will say, I was fully expecting for the boat to sink, thus destroying the boat and not having it for the final confrontation.
I mean, it's I feel like a pig could get in a boat, right? If it's
Oh,
a
I'm
boat
sure
that's
it
made for
could.
multiple gremlins, I feel
Yeah,
like it could get in there.
I'm sure it could. It's more along the lines of like, could we fit the boat and all my heavy ass Himalayan salt lamps? And I think it would be really funny if I accidentally sink the boat and then we have to trudge through the goop to get there.
Yeah, that would be pretty funny. I'm gonna assume that being that they live on the water, that these boats are
Mhm.
relatively well maintained. So it's gonna take you a little bit more doing than it would have otherwise, but I'll say you're able to squeeze. There's only a teeny bit of room left for you after everything else is in there. So you have like 1 foot in the boat and 1 foot is like dangling over the edge as you try to use this oar to paddle over alone. And everyone in the other boat is very easily able to start paddling and they get themselves there much faster than you.
I like to imagine that in the boat that's got my cart and everything, it's the boat, and then on top of the entire boat is the cart, and then on top of the entire cart is all of the Himalayan salt lamp, and then on top of all of those is cucumber, and then sitting on atop cucumber's uncaring form, I have an extremely long oar that I'm using all of my muscle to just sort of vaguely paddle like a uh, one of those gondola drivers in Venice. I'm just like every time I push the oar forward.
Yeah, it's gonna take quite a bit of struggling. It's a decent distance to get there, across this little lake, but after a bit of struggling and your companions kind of waving you on as they wait on the side of this creepy bone pile, they don't want to just charge up there without you. You all make it to the other side and disembark from your boat.
Sweet.
You can feel the bones give slightly beneath your weight, and even the smallest movement seems to result in a soft crunching sound as shattered bones grind against each other. Some of the bones are covered in a thin layer of moss, and more than one gremlin skull grins up at you from beneath the macabre surface of the bone mound. You notice that it's hard to walk, so you're moving a little bit slower than you normally would because it's very unsteady.
Oh, this is absolutely creepifying. Anybody see a severed hand in a pile of something smelly?
Eyes not so good, boss. I don't see nothing.
You don't smell so good at the best of times. I don't think we're gonna find anything right now. But I guess let's all spread out and look for that hand and that gun, fellas.
Yeah, I think at this rate, I think we're just more likely to find the gun.
Oh, yeah, but it
Try to
starts
find
looking
both.
around for a gun and a big pile of bones.
So you all start looking around, and mostly you just find more bones, but you start spreading out. The area is quite large. You're just starting to become comfortable with moving across the mound of jagged, shattered bone fragments when a chill runs up your spine. You notice with growing alarm that the bayou has fallen silent around you, as if it were holding its breath in anticipation. Perhaps sensing the danger, Big Jack takes a hesitant step back from the edge of the bone mound. Suddenly there's a flash of movement in the water, and then Big Jack is stumbling backwards as massive, toothy jaws snap shut in the air, where he had been standing just a moment earlier. The bone mound shudders as the massive alligator leaps atop it, its long claws kicking clumps of broken bones into the water as it scrambles up out of the dark waters. The alligator is like something from a nightmare, impossibly large for an alligator, with ghost white scales that are scarred from numerous bullet and tooth wounds. The flesh on its jaws had begun to rot and recede, giving it the lipless, fanged grin of death itself. And you'll be surprised to hear that we will now flip for initiative.
Boy.
Oh, heck.
Oh, by the way, I had my slingshot out.
I'll give everybody the benefit of the doubt and say you all had your weapons ready because
Yeah, we were expecting a gator, so.
bad things were coming.
I'll go ahead and flip real quick.
All right.
Oh, that's nice.
Easy.
13.
I'll flip next.
15.
All right.
Get.
My flip is 14 from a 12.
We all flipped the red Joker. It's crazy.
Okay, see there. See,
Yeah, there
I
we
have
go.
a 1.
Of course, that means all those high cards are gone.
That's happening again. Alright, I'll go next. It's 9. I'll take it.
That is a 6 for me.
That is perfectly acceptable, and it's a decent spread.
Excellent. What did Bash get? Many. He's not first, though.
An initiative of, oh hell.
Uh-oh.
Oh god, please no.
We'll see. He's not so good with initiative. What he is good with is chomping you.
I can believe it.
We'll see. All right. So everything here is severe terrain, so everybody will be moving at half speed.
Okay.
All right. We will start with Crispy. Do your worst.
Let's see. Can't actually reach Bash from there. So, bash him. So,
Are you able to delay your activation, or how does that work?
I'm gonna move up and then discard a card to go with defensive.
All right. To answer your question, yes, you can. You can either, I forget what it's called, but you can skip your actions and move up in the initiative order, or you
Pass.
can hold an action. You spend an extra AP, but you can do something when there's a triggering event.
Yeah, action is pass. It costs 1 AP, but you increase your initiative by 1.
Yeah.
All right. I am not sure. Let's see that I'm there. So I'm going to walk forward and go 1, 2, 3, 4, and stop there. And I am going to shoot at Bash. So we'll flip for Bash first. That's a 3, and then we'll flip for Big Jack. Or sorry, not is it Big
Yeah,
Jack?
it's Big Jack, yeah.
Okay. I was like, it's not Big John. Okay. Okay, Big John is safe. Big Jack is safe. And I'm gonna swing at Bash. What am I looking for?
Target number 12.
Target number 12. Good lord. Hey, that's a success. That's a 14. All right. So with a negative, that gets me a whopping 1 damage, and that's first blood to me.
Ping, ping. You got it.
Oh, no terrifying?
Nope.
Oh, that's
Huh.
weird. Okay.
He's got ruthless, not terrifying.
Um,
I mean, I think that we should just house rule it that he's got terrifying, but it seems unfair to me because he's already gonna kill half of you. But
I mean, happily enough, I'm immune to horror jewels, which I think terrifying qualifies as, so.
yes, it does.
Yep, same.
Gary, you can take the damage off because you should be at full
Yep,
health.
I did. I'm at full health.
Your
I was at.
on your model, it's still showing the damage though.
Oh, okay. I'll just.
Who is next? Oh, look, it's Bash. Lovely. All right, so he is gonna open his horrible smelling, scary, big, white albino alligator teeth and try to chomp Big Jack. Give me a target number 14 defense stool.
That would be a 15. Or 16
wow.
even.
That's pretty good. Let's do it again.
That's not going to do it, so I'm going to cheat. Target 14, you said?
Yep.
Yeah, Yeah, I'll cheat the 12 in. I've got 12 rounds, so that's 17.
All right. He tries to bite down on you twice, and you manage to jump out of the way both times. Over to Big Jack.
Okay, I'm going to return the favor.
You gonna
Big
try to
old
bite him?
hammer swing. No, big old hammer swing.
At this point.
I mean, I do have pugilism, which I think biting would qualify as.
Yeah, maybe. Target number 12.
Target 12. That is 12 on the dot.
That'll be a double negative.
Double neg. Yeah, weak for 2.
All right.
And then swing again.
Target number 12.
That's a miss. Cheating my 9 of masks I've got in my hand, which is total 14.
All right. With a negative.
So, yeah, double negative, and I'll take the trigger to push him 3 directly backwards afterwards.
Okay.
Double negative. Ooh, moderate, which is 4.
Nice. All right. And you push him 3?
Yeah, 3 directly away.
So this was severe terrain, so it halves our movement.
Yes.
Oh, I guess I used all my AP moving then.
What else did you say you did? I don't remember.
I was gonna do defensive, but
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah, keep that in mind when anybody's moving. You gotta cut it in half. What happens when you go underwater in the rules? I don't think there's any rules for being underwater. So I'm just going to say that if you are going to attack him with a ranged attack, it's going to give you a negative twist because he's harder to hit while he's underwater. And we'll go to Rusty.
Okay, so is it safe to assume you can't charge while you're in severe terrain?
You can. You just have your movement, and just remember that where the scene, you should be able to. It's kind of a little bit hard to see, but at the edge of the dirt here is the edge of the bone pile. So if you go past that, you'll be in the water.
And the water's treated as what?
You have your movement. You have to take a check to move, I think. Hold on.
the water is someplace where Bash can move much easier than you, I imagine.
Oh yeah, he likes being in the water. So you have your movement. If the water is turbulent, you have to take checks, but this water is not particularly turbulent, so don't worry about that. You cannot charge while you're swimming, and it doesn't really have mechanics for combat in the water, but I'm going to say that if you are in the water, you'll have a negative twist to your close combat attacks, and you can't do ranged attacks, because it does not make sense that you'd be able to.
All right, in that case, I'm just going to...
What about like a harpoon gun?
If you had a weapon that was specifically designed for it, sure.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to take a walk action. And then I will give the order action to Winnie.
Okay.
Winnie should be like the all-terrain pig. It shouldn't be a problem in the bones.
Does it have unimpeded? It might.
I have no idea.
No, he doesn't.
It would just make sense.
So I guess he's walking three. He's got a 3-inch walk, so it's an inch and a half unless he charges.
Yeah, so I'm going to have him double walk. But also I forgot when I was moving Rusty that he couldn't have moved that far.
Can you still charge even if you're outside of range? Or
Oh, okay. So that's the restriction on the charging. You just in terms of like not being able to abuse it to move further. You do have to have a target. It's not like it's not. It doesn't work like it does now, where you can just charge to say you charged. In second edition, you had to actually declare a target and be able to see them.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to have him double walk.
which is effectively a single walk because.
Question: do you have any ranks in athletics?
No.
Yeah, you could run.
Because if you did, you could run.
I could do that.
Well, that would
then.
be, what, 2 AP and then double movement?
You do double movement plus your ranks in athletics, so it gets you a little bit extra if you have athletics.
I see. Well, I don't have athletics, but no, I guess Winnie doesn't either.
All right, so over to Stick.
All right. So I do have a very curious question here with flight. So is that only while I'm moving, or can I just be like, oh, I'm attacking him while above from the air? But I guess not because he's in the water, under the water.
No, it's only while you're moving. So if you land in the water, you'll be in the water.
So I have to wait for him to get out of the water then. Okay.
I mean, you could go swimming with him. He would enjoy the company.
I'm not getting in the water with a crocodile.
Oh.
I have the wilderness to know that's a bad idea.
You will ignore the severe terrain at least. So.
I guess I'll just double pass since I can't do anything. I have to wait for him to get closer so I don't have to worry about going in the water.
All right, so you'll go up to initiative 3.
If my run would usually be 11, do I get 5 or 6 in the severe?
5.5.
5.5. Okay, I'm not trying to. Yeah. That'll be interesting.
Over to Crispy.
All right, well, 5. Gonna go and it looks like that is still land.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna scooch it like a little more for half and call that good.
So that's a run.
That's a run.
All right, Dr. Ernest.
Alrighty. Dr. Ernest is going to. Well, I know I'm outside of range because Bash moved away, so I'm going to go 1, 2, and I'll just sort of jiggle my way up a little bit. So now I'm within 9 again, and I'm going to take another swing at Bash.
So if you're shooting him, you're gonna have a negative twist.
Yep, I know.
So target number, what did I say?
Nope,
90.
that's a 9, not a success.
All right.
Over to you. Normally I would have focused and then taken a swing, but can't do that now.
Yeah. All right. I wish they would give me like AI programming for the enemies so I would know like who they would prioritize to target. But I'm gonna say that being that I just got punched in the face and I didn't like that very much. You're gonna see a little wave of water as he accelerates back towards the bone pile, and once again he's gonna rush up out of it. But he's not gonna get that close. He's just going to put his front legs on the edge and then reach up with his long mouth and snap at Big Jack again.
Alrighty.
Target number 14.
Yep, that's an 18.
Wow. All right, we'll do it again.
That's a 9. So that's failed by 5. Is that a margin of error or margin of?
No, this will be a negative twist.
Okay, negative. I'll take that.
You said 9 total, right?
9 total, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So negative twist. That's going to be 4 damage.
His weak is 4.
Weak is 4.
3 for armor, unless he has armor piercing or something.
Some of you, no, he doesn't. Some of you may have noticed that I usually run these games with 4 people, but this is specifically designed for brand new players, and I was like, this combat encounter is impossible with 4 brand new players. And it might be impossible with 5, but we'll find out.
But you only take 1 because of armor.
No, he's taking 1 less. He's still taking 3,
Yeah.
which is an obscene amount of damage to take.
Yup.
Well,
You should
weak.
see the rest of his damage track. That's all I'm saying.
His weak damage is my moderate damage.
I mean, that's ugly.
All right, over to Big Jack and then Rusty.
Okay, I am going to yell in pain and bring my hammer down firmly onto his snout.
He should be outside of your engagement.
So he is. But I
He's
still
got
count
a
as
3-inch engage.
But I still count as engaged, right?
Yep. So you have to walk up to him.
Why will it not get rid of that over now?
Because Vassal's bad.
Okay.
You have to use the exact same aura number.
You know what? I'm going to walk right up to him because I've got a movement of 5. So, right up.
Should get you within.
I am going to try and crack him right in the snout with the hammer.
Target number 12.
Cheating my last 7 to get a 12 on the dot. My hand is empty.
Double negative.
That is a weak for 2. Good track, otherwise.
And as you may have noticed the previous times when you
Yeah, I'm guessing he has
swing
armor.
this hammer, you feel a thud as it hits its hard, scaly body on the top of its head.
Dare I ask how much armor he has?
You don't know.
Good gravy.
Over to Rusty. After that will be Stick.
All right, I'm going to. I think I'm just going to do again what I did last time. I'm going to take a walk, and then I'm going to give Winnie an order, and he is going to double walk. I'm not going to put him that far. Yeah, I like that. All right, that's it.
All right, over to Stick, then Crispy.
Alrighty, so here's what I'm gonna do. The spot right above Big Jack here, is that solid or?
There's a bit that's solid. It does get into the water. There's about an inch of water
I'm
between.
just trying to get within hang on, let's say I place myself here. Would that be
Yeah,
okay?
you can center. Yeah, you can center. That's fine.
Okay, so I'm going to charge. However, instead of immediately biting Nahul, I'm gonna throw a net.
Okay.
So what's his defense?
Target number 12. Well, so is this a melee attack?
Yes, it is a flexible melee attack.
Okay, cool. Target number 12.
Alright, I have acting value 5, so alright. That would initially fail. However, I'm going to cheat up with a 9 of rams to have a 14.
All right. So negative fist.
Yep.
Everybody can draw a card.
That's gonna be 0 damage.
Ow.
However, he gets the Tangled condition.
What's that?
Characters hit by this weapon gain the following condition. Wrapped up. This character has -2 walk, -2 charge. It generates 1 less AP at the start of its turn. Any character within 1 yard of this character, including this one, may end this condition as a 2 AP action.
Damn, that's
pretty
nice.
So he can't remove it unless he somehow gets a second AP out of nowhere.
Oh, and it's permanent. It doesn't go away at the end of his turn. He just keeps
Nope,
that.
until somebody spends 2 AP to remove it, and he can't remove it without spending 2 AP.
That's
Pretty rude.
wicked.
Oh, yeah,
That's so vicious.
That's the mean part. If you put slow on them, they're effectively paralyzed because it's not slow. So, anyways, second AP on the charge. Gonna have Nahul give it a good old bite.
It's a funny quirk of this system that I've noticed throughout my time playing it that one really tough enemy is always easier to take down than many less tough enemies, because if you can debuff it a little bit, you just have the amount of damage you can put out.
The net is such a funny little thing because you can't remove it unless you have somebody else do it for you.
Well, and if there was 4, rank 6 enemies, then one of them either I wouldn't care or they would have the AP to do that. But he's only got 2 AP to every turn, so that's pretty good.
Yep. And now I did reread it and I did make a mistake. I realized I couldn't cheat on O'Toole's attacks. That requires an actual special pursuit ability. So I do apologize.
That did seem a little OP.
So here comes the attack. That is an 11. So I'm guessing that fails.
That fails.
Oh well, I draw a card. That will be the turn.
All right. Over to Crispy and then Dr. Ernest.
I'm assuming the Ohul lands, so he's blocking Crispy at the moment.
Yeah, he wouldn't be, except that Bosch is partially in the water, but if he was standing up, he'd be able to see him over the hole.
Well, I'm gonna walk as close as possible, trying to not overlap anybody. And crap, he can't reach. In that case,
hang on. You're the one with the 2-inch aura, right?
No, but that's his move.
I mean, you
1
can
inch
reach him.
is
1 inch. Okay.
His frying pan's only got a 1-inch reach.
Okay, I wasn't sure. There was another person besides Big Jack that had the 2-inch aura, that 2-inch attack, and I couldn't remember who. I apologize.
That's the doc. He's got a whip.
With what's going on, I'll go ahead and discard a card and actually no, sod it. I'll leave that be. I guess I'll pass.
Okay.
Like maybe.
All right.
Does that give him a higher initiative?
Yeah, but you're already the top initiative, so.
Yeah, exactly. So. Let me in! Let me in!
Let me in.
Dr. Ernest and then our good buddy Bash.
Alrighty. I'm going to focus and then swing at Bash because there's no point in doing anything else. And
You're
What
gonna
do you mean?
randomize.
You could spend your AP to remove the net.
That's
yeah,
true.
it could be.
Yeah.
Sabotage the entire team.
Well, no,
I
I
just
don't
need
want to.
practice. I gotta practice a couple more times.
You're gonna
All
have to randomize with not with Crispy, but with the Ahul, with Stick, and with Big
Okay.
Jack.
So I'll go with the Ahul first. Gets a 3. Next is Bash. Gets a 13. And
Good start.
then Big Jack gets a 3.
Uh-oh.
So that's fine. I'm going to
You gotta
cheat in
do
this
Stick.
1 from my
You gotta do
hand.
Stick.
What's that? Oh,
You
I
have
got to
to
do
do
Stick as
Stick.
well. All right. Stick gets an 11. That's good. Well, I'm going to cheat in a 1 for Bash, so I'm attacking Bash.
All right. Target number 12.
Here I go. Let me just get these cards out of the way. All right. That's going to be a 13, which hits. So I'm going to neutral flip.
Because you focused, right? Yep.
Yes. That's going to be moderate for 2.
You hear a little pink?
Yep. I can't really do anything about that. I'm pretty sure I'll do 1 damage no matter how high I flip. So yeah. He isn't by any chance a fishbalker, is he?
No.
Darn it.
Here's the Bash.
All right. Yep, that's me. I'm done.
Trying to decide how devious I want to be here. I feel like I want to be devious.
Be
That net,
devious.
that net's pretty rude.
Just do it.
Yeah. He's going to slink down into the water. And unless any of you are willing to jump in after him to try to stop him, he will.
Is there like
get
a
away.
disengaging strike kind of mechanic in play?
There is, but because he's going down into the water and not away from you, you can't stop him unless you want to jump in after him. So, does anybody want to jump in after him?
And does the net go with him?
He will still have the net on him, yeah.
Because I don't know that Crispy even can reach to do that. Can he?
Yeah.
Well, boys, we tried. I'm going home.
I can take the big risk if y'all want me to do that.
I'm considering it as well.
Hang on, did you? His walk is -2, by the way.
Yeah, I'm considering it, but I don't think he can reach. I mean, he's wearing Silurid skin. He may as well jump in the water after the big gator.
So, how would this work? We can make a disengaging strike, but we'd also be in the water. Yeah, well, as Big Jack is quite tall, he's willing to go a little further into the water. And how far in would I be? I'll let you move me in.
I've made up rules for this in the past because I think it was the Ferryman adventure because it was a similar thing where you're fighting off the edge of a boat. I don't think they did it though, so I never decided how this was going to work because it doesn't make sense to be able to stop him from just slinking down into the water. He's already in the water basically, unless you're willing to get wet.
I basically just want to hit him with a hammer, like as he's.
What do the
slinking
disengaging
away.
strikes do in this version?
They just stop him from moving.
So in theory, it could be like if he's successful, then he just doesn't go in the water at all.
Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So it'll be a little bit more fair for you guys. So if you succeed, he won't move. If you fail, he moves the full distance, and you move with him, and he gets to place you next to him.
Yeah, that sounds fun. Let's do
Okay.
that.
So target number 12
Ha! No, I got to draw a card at least.
for a defense or for an attack.
Yeah, I missed a heavy melee, so I got to.
Well, hang on. Don't I get disengaging strike too?
No, I don't think everybody gets a disengaging strike.
Oh, okay.
He's gonna put you over here so that you can't. Well, yeah. I'm
Jack's a
not
big boy, so hopefully while he's eating him, we can gang up on him.
I won't choose it that hard, so I'll leave you within.
I
You're engaging him still, at least.
mean, if things go lucky enough, I could just drag big old Bash out of the water.
All right. Next up is Big Jack.
Okay. Do I know where he is roughly? Because I'm also in the water.
Yeah.
So, attacking with a melee weapon, you said was a negative flip, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, I will take a swing then.
Do you want it? Okay.
12.
That ties him.
Okay, triple.
Double neg.
Oh, yeah, double neg.
3 cards. Yeah.
Ooh! Moderate for 4!
Wow.
Actually did some damage.
That's pretty good.
Hit him again!
Hell yeah.
And I will do that again, yeah, why not?
All right.
Yeah, that's 10, and I can't cheat this, so.
Over to Rusty. Then
Oh, but
stick.
I missed. So
Well, I don't really
feel.
feel like there's a ton I can do here.
Jump in the water.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Charge him with my my giant pokey stick. I could like
Remember,
throw
you gotta
Winnie on
have
top of
speed.
him and just hope he can like bite him. I don't know. Yeah, I'm
Send the pig
not
in.
real set for ranged combat here.
Well, he would have climbed up on the bone pile if you guys hadn't picked on him so much.
Oh, nah, I was going to be a bit more fair, just let him have his 1 AP. Now I'm just going to bully him. I'll take his other AP next.
What's the range on the net?
It's just a condition, and it does require if I hold the weapon.
What is the range on the net?
It's 2, but the condition's still on him.
I know that.
I don't have to use the net. I have a lasso. The lasso gives
God,
snuff.
where's McTavish when you need him?
Kidding, kidding.
Tavish can't do squat here. Tavish ran away from Bash.
Oh, is that who that was? I somehow missed that plot point.
Well, McTavish is knows that when to fold him, and this is definitely one of those situations. Like,
Well,
keep
he
in
could
mind,
have lent us his
anti-health-
rifle. Damn.
I looked at Bash's card on the Malfoy app, and he has the December keyword. I think McTavish was smart to run away, quite frankly.
Absolutely.
That is a cannibal gator with ice magic.
It's like
So anyway, I'm
Tyrant
just gonna
power.
walk and discard a card for defensive, double defensive with my shield, and that's it.
Okay. Over to stick.
All right. You know what? Let's just be fair to this. I'm gonna have sure. I'll have a whole try to char. Actually, you know what? I'll be at a -1 if I try to hit him melee in the water.
Yeah.
1 AP to pull out the lasso, and I guess I'll try to use it. I'm gonna be on a negative, aren't I?
Only if you're in the water. It's not a range attack, right?
Technically, no. It has a 6-inch range. It's a
That's
projectile, though.
If it's a projectile, you'll be at a negative, yeah.
Okay. It's a flexible, but it's also not a range attack. It's a nightmare to look at.
Yeah, that's weird. But yeah, we'll put you at a negative because you're trying to hit him
All
right
right.
over.
So I'm at a 5. What's the target number?
12.
Well, I got a 9, so that's a fail.
All right.
All right, I draw a card.
Over to Crispy. And then Dr. Ernest.
A run's a full 2 AP, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, he's going to get up to the Great Crocodile and then not be able to do anything.
Seems like a great plan.
I want some boots!
I feel like you guys should be at negative twist to defense when you're in the water, but I'm not going to take this that far.
How about just double neg to everything? That sounds fair.
There you go. Dr. Ernest. And then big old
All
Mage.
right. Let's see. Ugh. Oh, there's so many people engaging him in melee. All right. We're gonna focus and take another swing at Bash, I guess.
Okay.
So we're gonna do Bash first. That's a 1 for Bash. Next up
All right.
is Crispy. An 11 for Crispy. And then Big Jack. 12 for Big Jack. We're hitting Bash.
All right.
Here we go. That is a 10, which is a failure. That's the entirety of Ernest's turn.
Bash laughs at you through the net over his face. All right, so Bash is going to spend an AP trying to chew this net off of his face, and that's the end of his turn. Big Jack.
All right. I will continue. The beatings will continue until Bash is dead, hopefully.
Sounds fair.
God, that's going to be a 1, so that's a miss. Okay, so I would draw a card because I missed, but my deck is empty. Do I just shuffle the discards?
Yep. You got it. You want to just flip another 2 to see?
Okay,
Yeah,
that's not a bad card to have, I suppose. Right, next attack. 12 with a 7.
Double negative.
Black, nothing.
Black Joker.
Black Joker. This is
All right.
burning through the deck fast.
So you struggle to hold yourself up in the water while you swing this hammer at him, and clearly not your niche here. But you hit him at one point, but it just bounces weakly off of his hard, scaly head, and he does not seem to care as he continues trying to gnaw on this net. Over to Rusty.
So Bash doesn't currently have anyone like locked down, right? They're just like free floating in the water.
Well, they are still engaged by him, yeah. Just Crispy and Big Jack.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I had something more meaningful to do, but I don't think I do. The best I can do right now is just hold down the shore.
He wants you to come in the water. It's probably a good idea not to.
Yeah, I mean, I could. I guess I could. I couldn't even reach him if I charged him. Yeah. And I don't know if I want to discard a card because he's so locked down right now. It's not like he's about to get out of the water.
He's still got the neck condition, so he's only going to have 1 AP on his next turn anyway.
Right.
And there he so he couldn't get to you. Not until at least the next turn.
All right, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna just have Rusty walk and then charge. Oh no, wait, it's 2 AP to charge. Never mind. All right, then he's just gonna walk and. All right, fuck it. I guess I'll just discard a card to go double defensive again.
Okay, over to Stick, then Crispy.
All right, I'm going to focus, then try to hit him with the lasso. It's technically
Alright,
projectile,
12.
so I gotta randomize technically.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I don't think we did that last time.
Yeah, I just realized it.
Good old projectiles. Crispy.
Yep. Yep. Let's start with Crispy. Crispy's got a solid 13.
Bish.
Big Jack. Big Jack's got a 9. Then Bash. Bash has got a 10.
Hit Big Jack.
I'm gonna cheat a 3 for Bash.
Oh, boo. Okay, target him 12 with a straight flip.
Yep. That's a 10. I'm gonna cheat it. I'm gonna cheat an 8 of masks to have a 13.
Okay. So straight flip because you focused.
Yep. He takes 1 damage and is slowed.
It just automatically slows.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
rude.
whips do that. They're crazy.
So
Okay,
yeah,
so we can officially just carry him home.
yeah, he has no AP.
Until he cheats to the net.
It takes 2 AP. He can't. He's stuck.
Yeah, I can do it over multiple turns though.
Yeah.
And I did it once already, so he only needs 1 more.
I mean, if I keep snaring him, he ain't gonna go anywhere.
That's
He has
true.
none.
Well, but now he has 0 AP, right?
For this
Yeah.
turn. Slow only happens once.
I mean, as long as I keep hitting and I keep getting cards, I had 5 cards in my hand before that.
You can get the Black Joker though. It's not guaranteed, but it's we're looking pretty.
I mean, it's been avoiding me the entire session. Okay, I did damage once.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. You guys keep doing things that eat more than 5 cards, and I'll keep slowing him, and we'll have this in the bag.
There you go. It's a negative flip because of the melee in the water.
So I kind of suspected that this might be the case, so I checked. Slow goes to a minimum of 1 AP, so you can never give them 0 AP. That's paralyzed.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. Well, that's a shame.
That would have been exceptionally broken.
Yeah. Very, very powerful.
Well, I was trying to do like the whole cowboy idea here. I was like, you know what, lasso plus a net would be solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when he eats the net, you can still lasso him, at least.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right, over to Crispy.
And it's a negative because of the being in the water.
Yeah, you can focus and only get 1 attack, but it'll be out of straight if you prefer to do that.
And I'm going to do 2 with a negative.
Okay, target him 12. That's one way to do it.
That's a 13.
Just flip real good.
Yep. It's 13. Still a negative.
Yep. Wow.
That's a moderate, so that's a 3 damage.
Nice. Hold on, don't do
And
anything.
do it again.
Hold on, don't do anything. Hold
Nope.
on. This is where the danger happens.
Uh-oh. Crispy's just hitting this gigantic thing with the frying pan. You will not eat my friends.
I think that was a critical effect.
Okay. Go ahead.
Don't make us nervous or anything.
Okay.
Does the red
Oh,
Joker
boy.
trump then?
Yep.
Okay, so that's 17
All
to
right.
hit.
Still an egg.
Still an egg.
Any triggers?
Oh crap! I forgot
Wow.
to check on the other ones.
What a fucking run of high cards. Holy crap.
Hold
You
on,
can
is a
focus.
7 still moderate?
Yeah.
All right, so 3 more. 3 more damage.
All right.
Crispy's just wailing on it.
I see that.
Tis the great white gator. He's got to wail on it.
Okay. That you?
Yep, that's it. All the AP's used up.
Dr. Ernest is up. There's a chance you'll
Alrighty.
be able to kill him before he gets to do more attacks if he keeps chewing on this net, but we'll have to see here.
All right. I'm going to focus and take another swing because that's all I can do.
All right, randomize. Hit one of your allies. It'll be fun.
Crispy. That's a 6 for Crispy. And then Big Jack. 3 for Big Jack. Uh-oh. And then 5 for Bash. Crap, I'm hitting Big Jack. Wait, hold on. Can I cheat? I will cheat a... So, let's see. Bash got a 5. Crispy got a 6. Big Jack got a 3. I'm going to cheat in a 7 for Big Jack.
Okay.
So now Bash is the one being hit.
Yep.
All right, so that's going to be a failure.
You should
And
be
I'm-
on a charade flip for the attack because the focus is canceling the negative.
Oh, okay, shoot. If that's the case, I flipped a 2. I'll just shuffle that.
Yep.
There we go. And the attack fails. Over to you.
All right, Bash will finish chewing the net. Big Jack.
Hammer time.
Bring it on.
On a neg, or are you focus swinging? Bobcat. Okay. I'm going to flip another card and we'll see if this matters. It does not. It misses. He muted, so he must have been that something came up, but we don't really have time, so I'm going to flip another 2 cards and we'll see what would happen. No, it misses again. Everybody draw a card.
First time I ever get to shuffle my twist deck discard.
Oh,
Nice.
boy.
Over to Rusty. Going to charge him?
Yep, I'm gonna give it a try.
Do it.
So that should be just enough with my 2-inch. So I don't know what skill I'm using for the pig prouder.
It should
Heavy melee?
Yeah, heavy.
Okay, that is a 0.
Plus your strength if you have any.
0.
All right, you need a 12.
Is the strength added only to heavy melee?
It's might plus heavy melee. That's how you calculate your AV.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that misses again.
Alright.
I will also miss.
No one can say I didn't try.
The 10 almost hit it, but not quite. Over to stick.
All right,
I
we're
gotta
gonna.
sharpen this thing.
I'm gonna focus lasso again.
All right, this
So
time if you give him slow, it'll count.
Well, with Rusty within range, I'm gonna have to flip for him too, aren't I?
Uh-huh.
All right, let's start with Rusty.
It's a good
I ain't
start.
hitting Rusty. Okay, tied for Crispy. I might hit Crispy. Push this over here so I keep track. All right, Big Jack. No, I don't think I'm hitting Big Jack. Let's put this over here. And flipping for Bash. Oh, it's a tie.
So reflip those.
Sure.
Crispy and Bash.
Okay. Crispy. Bash.
Hitting Crispy.
That's a pleasant.
I'm gonna cheat Crispy up to a 12 of masks.
Okay.
So I'm hitting Bash.
Yep.
So I'm on a straight flip.
Turn
All
and
right. That's a 13.
All right, straight flip for damage because you focused.
Yep. I'm gonna cheat that up with a 11 of crows for 2 damage on severe with slow.
Okay. I'm getting lucky on these critical effects. They're doing nothing
I
every
know
time.
you are.
All right, but I am slow again, so
Yeah,
you
yeah.
are stopping me from eating all your friends, which is probably a good strategy because I would have ate most of them by now.
Yep, that's my turn.
Over to Crispy.
All right. Swinging the frying pan again.
Bink.
It didn't. That failed.
Yep.
It's a 12?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna cheat in a 10 of tomes
Can't cheat
and
with the negative twists.
oh, the negative twist. Bloody hell. Well, never mind.
Try it again.
And try it again. Bloody hell. And he misses. Basically just hitting the water.
That's just how it works.
The net tangled your hand a little bit as it got discarded off of the giant alligator. Over to Dr. Ernest.
All right. I'm going to focus and swing. So we're going to go for Bash first. An 8 for Bash. Second for Crispy. 3 for Crispy. Next is Big Jack. 5 for Big Jack. I'm going to cheat in a 2 for Bash.
One for Rusty, too.
I need one for Rusty? Okay. Don't flip a 1. God damn it. All right. Well, I might as well just use up the cards in my hand. I'm going to cheat in a 5 for Rusty and then a 2 for Bash. So I'm hitting Bash again.
Okay, and it'll be a straight flip because the negative cancels your...
That's a 10.
Need a 12.
And I'm done. Over to you.
All right. Bash is up. He's actually going to do something this time. He's going to attack Big Jack.
Okay.
Target number 14. You keep hitting me with that hammer, and I didn't like that.
Am I negative because I'm in the water?
No, I decided to not do that because
That's 14 on the dot.
Well,
I'm going to cheat in a 10 so that it misses for
damn,
50.
you ruined all my fun. Okay, he's done. Over to you, Big Jack.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to focus and swing. I feel like that's a better idea.
It's
especially
usually
given
the
what I
play.
have in my hands.
It is usually the play.
Swing.
Yeah.
Number 12.
That's a miss. Going to cheat in the 13 that I have in my hand.
Nice.
So that's 18. Is that a margin of success?
That is not only a straight flip, but then you get a plus for your focus, so that is a positive.
Damn. You fucker!
Bloody hell.
No.
The cards want Bash to do more than one attack that hits during this combat. Clearly.
Apparently.
That focus actually ruined it because that was the second flip.
Oh.
Well, you would have missed otherwise, so it would have just left it for someone else. But yeah. Over to Rusty.
I'm mad. I had a severe ready in my hand.
I'm gonna focus and try jabbing this boy with my big stick again.
Target number 12. Get a face card.
Wait, what? It was a positive twist for the, or I'm at an egg because he's in the water.
No. It's an egg if you're in the water doing melee, so you're good.
Okay, cool. Well, either way, that's a 7.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What was the target again? 13.
12.
All right, I will cheat in a 13 over him.
All right.
Bring my total to 13.
Negative twist. Oh, you focus, so straight flip. Sorry.
Okay. All right, that is going to be 1 damage.
All right, let's see. Oh, that's a big one. That's gonna...
Actually, wait, I could have cheated that damage flip.
Yep.
Ooh, can I still do that?
Yep.
All right, I'm going to cheat this 11 to mask. And that will instead be 4 damage.
Okay. So, as you hit him with your poking stick, he retches, and you hear a roar as a bunch of bile and what looks like decomposed body parts come flooding out of his open mouth and spray Crispy and Big Jack with putrid, rotting flesh and bones and pieces of things that you can't easily identify. And among them is a chunk of metal that hits Big Jack in his face as Bash slowly and limply sinks into the water. And you all pause to listen, expecting that he'll be back for a counterattack like the previous few times. but this time there is nothing.
Just needed a good poke.
So you're supposed to kill him here, and technically he would be dead, but he's now a real character, which means it can't be canon that he died. So I'm narrativizing it that he just sunk into the water. But you did, in fact, defeat him. So
I'll gingerly
Wahoo!
With the
pull
pig
the
sticker.
metal thing off of my face.
Yeah, got him right in the eye.
You're right, big guy.
My boots are waterlogged, but otherwise I'm fine.
I'm so upset that he didn't get to do it. You know what? From now on, when there's a big boss that's supposed to be powerful, but you guys are just going to debuff him, I'm going to give him a bunch of ads so that it's at least a challenge. Because this is what happened with the ferryman, and it was supposed to be this hard combat, but everybody just came in and blew her up, and then it was just over.
In fairness, that was partially me getting my abilities wrong and doing like I think 6 or
Either
7
way, though,
damage in a single
net.
round.
That net is so busted.
Yeah, that net was crazy. But the net's ruined now, ain't it? So you have to
Oh,
buy
yeah.
a new net every
Yeah,
time.
it's been
Torn apart.
You know what? That's fine. That's a hell of an expenditure.
Crispy's now happily swimming about.
Does
We killed the big
Jack,
thing.
Does Big Jack try react in any way to getting hit in the face with this piece of metal?
Yeah, he's gonna like peel it off and go and splash his face a bit to get some of the gunk out of it, and look at whatever it has been. Well, whatever now sits in his large meaty hand.
It starts sinking right away, so
It's in. He picked up off with his hand. Is what I'm saying.
it didn't stick to your face. It like bounced,
Oh,
it hit
yeah.
you, and then bounced into the water. But it's metal, so
Right.
it's gonna sink quickly. So really quick, everybody do your card cycle. You can discard as many as you want, and then draw until you have 3. And then I want Big Jack to give me a target number 8 acrobatics check to see if you grab.
Oh
whatever.
no! Why'd you have to say
No.
acrobatics? I'm at -2 to this.
Well, you got a fresh hand of cards.
Okay, I do. I have an 11, so yes, we're good. 9.
So the thing kind of caught your eye, and it seemed strange because it didn't really match any of the other things that were coming out of Bash as he kind of puked on you. So you grab it. You quickly kind of like dive down into the water a little bit and grab it as it started to sink. And when you bring it up, it is covered in gunk and all sorts of unsightly things, but you are able to tell almost right away that it is what looks like a pistol.
The boss's gun.
Good job, big guy. Now we can get paid.
I think that's probably a good approximation. I'll just hold on to that for safekeeping. And I'm gonna gently take the gun and hand. Is there a hand still attached to it?
There's not.
Okay. Well, we're just gonna take the gun and it's covered in goop and dripping, and I'm gonna set it in a handkerchief, wrap it up, and then set it in the cart.
All right. Any
Well,
other
while
business
slogging-
here, or are you gonna head back?
I think it's time for us to head back. I don't think, well, unless we can immediately find anything of use here in the bone pile. But
How useful do you find rotting bones?
yeah, through the breach is pretty not doesn't do an awful lot of looting.
You
If there-
typically get the loot along the way. You typically don't
Yeah.
get the loot as a reward for whatever reason.
If there happens to be a more or less whole gremlin hand, Crispy will grab that. Just
You can-
to give it to the boss later.
You can find a bone, like a skeleton hand, if you'd like. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that works.
But which hand was he missing again?
I think it was
Sorry.
his left. No, I
It
think it was his
doesn't-
right hand. I don't think it said actually, but I'll
Flip,
say.
flip a single card. I want to see. Do we grab a left hand or a right hand?
Sure, why not? Whatever a 12 is.
That's a right hand.
Okay.
All right, so you all make your way back to the village, and it is a multi-day journey where some of you are nursing wounds, and the rest of you all just kind of had a good old time here. So you weren't really in any pain. And eventually, you make your way back to this village, and Chubbs comes out to greet you. And when he sees you holding the gun, he gets a big smile on his face. And whoever hands it to him, he's gonna clap you on the back excitedly and take the gun in his left hand now. Wow, I can't believe you did it. This thing looks it looks beat to shit, but it's one of my favorites. So I appreciate it.
Pro boss.
Hey,
You know,
Wow,
you
we
guys,
are glad-
you guys were always my favorite.
I got you some, the rest of your hand. What's left of it, if you want that.
Now, boy, what the hell am I gonna do with this? And he's gonna take the skeleton hand and like shake it in front of your face and then throw it on the floor.
Could make a necklace. Give it to your sweetheart. I don't know.
He's gonna look at you with like an angry look on his face, but then after like a moment of silence, he's gonna give a good hearty chuckle, and then he's gonna turn and run inside of his hut, and he's gonna come back with a knock volley gun, and he's gonna hand it to the group of you. Seems I won't be using this much anymore, and he looks at his now bandaged up stump where his hand used to be. Won't do me much good. Figure maybe you guys can make the best of it.
I'm gonna hold it, and my eyes are gonna get really, really huge, in only the way that a gremlin holding an extremely dangerous and highly unstable piece of gun equipment can get.
Is it a big gun or a long arm?
I'm trying to find the stat sheet for it, but it's from the original, the first edition core book, and I can't find it. It must be in one of the expansion books. I'm pretty sure it still exists. Oh, actually it is. It just took me a while. It is a long-armed weapon. Range 12, 234, capacity 7, 4 AP to reload. It's worth 20. You buy it for 20 script.
Ooh wee.
And it has multi-barrel. Let's see. Multi-barrel. This weapon may fire its entire capacity as one action to gain a positive to its damage flip and deal +1 damage for every 2 bullets fired rounded down. That's pretty cool. If no one particularly wants it, or you guys want to work out a deal to exchange money so one person can keep it, otherwise I can say that we sold it and split the money, whatever you want to do.
As much as I would love to keep it, my character has a -1 in intellect, so it's really bad for me.
Yeah, as we've established, none of us are really long arm users.
Now,
Yeah,
I
no.
will say, I am happy to sell its weight in salt lamps for it, because I want that gun, even though I'm going to be terrible with it.
Okay. Well, work it out with the party because it's for all of
Yeah.
you. So whatever you want to do.
Trade you
I
my
also
share
have-
of it for cucumber.
Ooh, that's a tough call. Oh boy. I'll have to think about that. However, I will say it's unlikely we're ever going to play these characters again.
Sure.
The number of gremlin adventures there are is vanishingly small.
Yeah, Crispy would just take money and avoid going near the big scary gun because there's fire involved, and he would self-ignite again.
Okay, so let's do this. Everybody except for Gary's character take 2 script.
Mhm.
And Gary, you can decide if you want to have paid them that 2 script and keep the gun, or if you would like to sell the gun and you can also gain 2 script.
I'll pay him off in some other way.
Okay. So we'll say that you have a debt of 8 script in case it ever comes up.
Okay.
But that is the end of the hand that feeds. I want to send a huge thank you to the extremely cool kids tier on Patreon, the Steam Pirate Scoundrels, Dogmatized, Devin, and the Spilled Paint Pot. And thanks for watching.